Okay, we'll get back to it then. It is Satisfactory. Last time I spent, what, 8 or 9 hours just exploring. Picking up loads of Mercer spheres, Sommerschloops, some hard drives. We did a ton of recipe digging, and we still have 9 more hard drives to go, which I will be investigating once we get some new options for things to research, which we can do pretty much right away. I've got a to-do list right here. I don't like it showing all the time. We're going to clear phase 3, we'll do that immediately. We'll do MAM research immediately after that. I'm going to extract steam power, because we haven't used geysers, and I should have the gubbins for it. We also know some places that we can do it, and we're well aware that we need more energy. Max out oil extraction for power in the east. So we have some oil out there in the east. Who would have thought? And we have tapped one of the nodes to do a very much spaghetti little factory here to make some fuel, some rubber, some plastic, some whatnot. Rather than tear that down, because that would leave me in surely a bit of a power deficit, because it also does power for me, I will grab this other pure node and make a probably just fuel and power factory. That way I still have these 2 spare to either augment the power or make some more concentrated oil products. Then again, there is also oil. Oh, that's right, we got rid of the radar here. But there is oil over here. I forget exactly where, but I'm sure we can remind ourselves. If a game cannot do 60 FPS at all times, then graphics can go do one. When we set your frames to 30, what will it matter? Why? That thing is slow to find out. I'm starting to wish I'd left a radar up here so I could see the resources, or that the game just kept them there. Hey, there we go. Ah, but you see, I plan on building my proper factory over here. So that's all the more reason that I'd want this normal, pure... What is temp? How do you get temporary oil? Am I going to find a ball of surface oil to extract? I'll have to look into that. Anyway, good to know that where I have my totally legit factory, we can have the oil products made there. That means I might be able to dedicate this entirely to power. I don't know how power expands. I imagine the game goes nuclear in some capacity. So maybe this will be enough to keep me going until we get to that. I don't know. I don't know the scalings, and I'm happy not knowing. Point is, that's the next thing we plan on doing. Once we have our power from steam and oil, I'm going to use the increased blueprints to make a better tube cannon. I'm unsatisfied with the portable one that we have right now, so I want to make it larger, more aggressive, and have more options. Although I did just see that 1.1 announcement where you'll be able to put in splitters into your tubes, and I'm thinking, April 1st, so we will probably be running 1.1 during this long play. Build the foundations for the Western Factory. So once I have these relatively quick things done, we begin work on making the actual factory. I want to build its foundation, establish a railway line, and then build. Because we will build. Anyway, let's tuck those away. I don't like having text on the screen at all times. That said, I immediately forget what we're about to do, but I'm pretty sure it's complete phase 3. So last thing we did, I was hoping to finish phase 3 last time, so I built the machines for it, but they were too slow. However, with the game idling, I'm fairly certain we now have what we need. Oh yeah. We need 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 of these, and I am quite certain we're going to need more of them. Why else would they be there? I mean, smart plating appears to have some other use, not that we know much about it. And you here, this spaghetti is awful, by the way. Towards the end of the last one, I was just kind of doing things that would surely make people unhappy. But it makes me happy, which is my modus operandi. Wow, these have not been producing. Good thing I only need 100 of them. What was the problem? Oh yeah, heavy modular frames and computers remain a bit of a problem. Computers may need to be automated before long. It's an experimental branch. It's not a stable release. You have to opt in. I don't have a problem with that. Which seems perhaps an unsatisfactory answer for people who are perhaps perturbed by my stance on early access. I'll do opt-in experimentals, but not early access. Isn't it the same thing? Well, probably. I guess I'm just used to opt-in experimentals. Had a ton of those at Paradox even before I was working there. So, take the goods, load them in, seal them up, and let's have Ada whisper sweet nothings into my ear for my assistance for humanity. Lovely animation. They totally didn't have to do that.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts. Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
Actually, I would like to know more about my peers. Perhaps we need another level of the game where it becomes more managing these guys. Now get out there. I should probably demolish the Mori space program eyesore, but I'd have to get up there to do it. And I destroyed the way up there. What is this, progress? What, you mean searching around for hard drives for 9 hours wasn't progress? Some mad people here. Oh yeah, without the fog in the way, it doesn't clear out so much.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above-average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
I once used the C word at work. At a certain place I worked at. And people were very unhappy about it. Competence was too much to demand in a situation. Okay, right. So what horrific things do you now need? Director systems, never heard of them. Field generators, never heard of them. Propulsion rockets, never heard of them. Nuclear pasta. I want to hear about it. I could go for some pasta. Somebody asked me what my favorite one was, and carbonara springs to mind. But specifically, I want carbonara made with thick udon noodles. Oh man, I could go for that. Should have eaten more before I started today, but I barely had anything. Recht. If that's too much to demand of your workers, you need to move on to a new industry. But I did. Now I only have one worker to demand competence of. He doesn't deliver though, but what can I do? He has me in a bind. Recht. That's all well and good, but what I'm more interested in are the tiers that we have unlocked. So tell me more, my beloved hub. I can find my way in. Carbonara udon, now that's a strange one. I should try it sometime. Yeah, a restaurant in Sweden. They did really thick udon noodle carbonara, and it was fantastic, but exceedingly fattening. So shouldn't have gone there as often as I did. This is not at all what I'm looking at for the hub terminal. Here we go. 7 and 8 available. Wow, we must be so close to the end of the game. I'm clearly making average or above average progress. Let's go tier 7. What do we have? Bauxite. So we don't understand bauxite. We found some, but we don't really know what to do with it. This also gives us scannable raw quartz, which haven't we had forever? Probably MAM upgrade overlaps, if I had to guess, and I do have to guess. Anyway, what is bauxite used for? Looks like bauxite is used in aluminium. Credited... Wait, what? What? Figuratively unplayable. Who wrote this description? Right, alumina. I don't know my physical sciences very well, so maybe this is all stuff that you could infer from the real world, but me, I cannot. Point is, this looks very easy to do if only I had 100 computers, and I'm sure we could crank that out. Gosh, they all need computers. I really should have automated those. However, aluminium is stuff that we found on our travels, so I don't think we need to worry about that so much. Also, hover pack. Move vertically, hover in midair. Wirelessly connect nearby power connectors, power poles, buildings. Slow fall, disable hover pack. My problem is, surely that Where's my jetpack? Oh, it's on my back. Maybe that's a body slot thing, but it's probably not. It's probably on the back. I like my jetpack. I'm not sure I'd want a hover pack instead of it, because the jetpack allows me to traverse without relying on my electrical everythings. But maybe it's better during nitty-gritty factory-related work. Wow, Mark 5 already. 780 per minute. Think of what I could do to my uranium dumping. I am thinking what I could do with my uranium dumping. Oh, at long last, speaking of uranium management, we could get this immediately. I'm fairly certain I have all of these things. And then sulfur, supercomputers, the blender that people were telling me about. Blends fluids, combines them, does a lot of things. What about tier 8? Requires radio control. Oh, RCUs for drones. Transports available, input back and forth between home port and destinations. 9 inventory slots. Ooh. Ooh, what's the catch? Because this to me says I don't need to belt things or pipe things over long distances. In what way does this not just solve logistics in a way that they do in Factorio? I guess for high throughput items, but they have inventory slots, not numbers, so things that stack high, like screws, are probably still not a problem. They need fuel. There we go. There's the catch. There is absolutely the catch. Uranium handling. But I'd need supercomputers, which I don't have. Nuclear fuel rods. Nuclear power plants. Maybe I could just rush nuclear. Is that feasible? Probably not, because I bet the nuclear power plant needs some fancy things to be made. Aluminium production. Resource welling. Hey, I can scan for water. Hey, there's the nitrogen. We've already found it, but... a Mark III miner. Needs the fused frames. We found a few, but I doubt we found 50. And particle enrichment. This is all getting rather complicated. Let's dial back a bit and look at tier 7. I want that hazmat suit, for example. That shouldn't be difficult to get, because, hey, look at that. I have 50 gas filters for you. Fortunately, I also have 50 gas filters, so I don't need to lose my ability to handle poison. Aluminium casing times 100. Surely I have that. I do. Lucky me. And it also wanted quick wire, right? Easiest fight of my life. Before I do that, is there anything that I'm more desperate to grab? I'm very curious about the bauxite, but I need 100 computers. So I guess I'll have to make 100 computers.
Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a demonstration of a truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
Well, I'm the one that's going to be making the suit, right? Come now, Ada. We can do better than that. We're in this together. Ooh, turns out I can make this immediately. Brilliant. So, shields pioneers from the adverse effects of da-da-da-da-da. I'm going to assume this won't help me with radiation that I stuff in my pocket, but let's make it anyway. Nuclear needs waste processing. And it can melt down. We'll cover that when we get to it. Very curious if that just reduces damage or completely annuls it. What else did that unlock for me? God knows. But I need 100 computers. Are you busy? I don't really think I need these. I certainly don't need this with a temporary setup like this nonsense that I have right now. So perhaps the best thing to do is to say goodbye to it. Which means saying goodbye to a lot of this junk as well. Ooh, man, I got junk for days in there. Bye, 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 bye. No dismantling chests. I get a bunch of junk here. And I could probably just dump it, right? I mean, sure, take whatever you need to top that off, but I see no great reason for all these smart chip things. I probably won't dump the modular engines. I could well need those. Smart plates are not tricky to make by any accounts. So, here's my complicated stuff box. Have some complicated stuff. Actually, most of this I could upload, couldn't I? Yeah, I can upload 3 stacks of things these days, so have your 3 stacks of things these days. Otherwise... I see rubber, I dump rubber. I see plastic, I dump plastic. Certainly don't dump my aluminium. But the rest of this stuff goes in the dumping zone. Big thanks to the person that recommended I just make this for dumping stuff. Saves me a lot of inventory management woes of jumping between boxes. Because I have to get in that mindset of it doesn't matter if I just waste the resources. They're infinite. Most of them. Most of them are infinite. Anyway, this stuff, for example, I don't need all these steel pipes. Give me all these steel pipes. And say goodbye to all these steel pipes. I don't want this stuff wasting all my space. How about all this copper wire? Let's have a bit of cleanup, shall we? And dump it for the virtually no points that they're worth. This thing's been running for a while, but give me some additional coupons, please. People have been telling me to dump a coupon. Now, I know this is a trick, but I don't know what it does, so I'm curious enough to try it. Here you go. Take a coupon and tell me what happens.
Fix-It sees what you did there. How creative. I have also been creative. There is something extra special for you in the awesome shop. It is a marvel of technology. It is truly the shape of the future. I will be sad if you do not use it and love it, and tell any friends you make in the future all about it.
And now I'm starting to see where it came from. The cyber wagon. Absolutely indestructible and needs no further introduction. And here I thought I was having my pizzle pooled. Then again, isn't everything indestructible in this game? Well, who's to say? How many of these coupons do I even have? Quite a few. Nay bad. It's a meme. I don't doubt it's a meme, but the vehicles so far have been a big letdown for me. Even the big truck thing. I'd rather just blast around on my jetpack. Hey, look who's back! And I didn't even get started on making my computer. Well, I want my computer, so I'm going to have it. Maybe I shouldn't have disassembled the creation thing. So give me my manufacturer. Because I need some computers. I need quite a few computers, actually. Take your schloops, take your super maxed production rate. And then what do you need? Circuit boards, cables, and plastic. Plastic. Circuit boards. What was the other one? Cables, I think. Here you go. Let's get you linked up. Preferably to power that works. And look at that thing go. Really chugs the plastic, huh? Oh yeah, I always forget the first one doesn't make 2. I wonder if that'll be fixed in 1.1. It's quite frustrating when you make something to order. Alright, there we go. Need 100 computers. Is that enough to make 100? When you eat 16 each, not really. It's enough to make like 20. I do want to fire and forget. Maybe I actually should have kept this this little setup here. Oh, well, that's fine. I'm okay with admitting when I'm wrong. And some people might say this setup is nothing but wrong. My plastic restores disturbingly slowly. But that's something I can sort out when I get over to the other place. So it was plastic, it was cables. I don't mind using tons of them because it automatically restores. And what was the last one? Circuits, right? Ooh, circuits are a little off because I don't have tons of those at the ready. Hopefully you don't need too many, though. I got some backup circuits over here. Yeah, if we can call 29 back up. Alright, there we go. Don't let me down too much. Okay, but it's only 4 per. 4 per 2 goes down 2, so it'll definitely make me enough computers for what I'm looking for. If somebody believed that today was the day of automation, then that's on them. Oh, that is good. Somebody's mentioning that the hazmat suit needs filters. What? Filters? I didn't agree to that. Perhaps these iodine-infused filters... Ugh, they need gas filters. I don't think I can even automate those. And these probably get consumed obnoxiously quickly. Probably. It's not like radiation is even that big of a deal, but... let's have maybe 25 of them and see how that works out. Not with that attitude. I was fairly certain gas filters can't be automated. They need 3 ingredients, so they would need to be done in one of these assembler things. Manufacturers, rather. Oh, gas filter can be automated. Well, more fool me, then. Well, I automate them by hitting spacebar and then alt-tabbing when I need to make a bunch of them. Using up my precious aluminium casings, though. Alright, there we go. Now we can deal with poison and radiation for a limited time only. Alright, what else, though? It would also give me 3 inventory slots. Man, my inventory's getting chunky. Now that we don't really need all the inventory slots, we get them all. Sulfur. I'm very curious about bauxite, though. But that needs 100 of those computers. Does anything here not need blessed computers? Logistics don't. And it needs aluminium, which I do have in abundance. Somewhat. I had over 500, so I can actually clear... I don't care that much about the hover pack. But I can do logistics and control system development. Sounds like a winner for me. So what do we need? 400 encased, 600 reinforced. Ooh, doesn't stack up that well. Fortunately, my enormous brain told me to make a buffer here. Although I also have another buffer of these things. What a strange thing to demand at this point. This is like the complicated early game thing. And I believe it also wanted those encased ones. Times 300. You want the hover pack? I promise it's worth spending coupons on parts for. And we'll get there. We'll get on just about everything this game has to offer. But there are a lot of things pulling me in a lot of directions here. Ew, I'm just a little short. I mean, that's not a long time to wait. Just show me how this is coming along. I do not yet have 100. Is there anything I need to make or manage for now? Motors are still being made obnoxiously slowly, but that's okay. This is all temporary. Soon, potentially today, we will actually have something of a proper factory set up. Although I really need to figure out my mindset for that. Let's pop you guys away into the depot for now, please. Because if this were Factorio and I was at the stage of proper factory, I'd make a giant smelter array that feeds onto a bus, and then I would pluck off of the bus and then add lines to the bus for everything. So, you know, I'd have the big ore belts and the coal, and then things would get smelted, and then I have a long belt of copper and stone, and processed stone and iron, and the iron feeds into steel and joins the bus. It goes off to make circuits and joins the bus, and cogs and joins the bus. But it seems like that's not the kind of thing one would do in Satisfactory. But that makes me wonder, what does one do in Satisfactory? Because this seems like an ideal place for a ginormous smelter array. I wonder if I could make and then deliver per requirement. But is that even possible? Maybe I could make a railway network. So this is a big smelter array with a big train station coming in. And then I have, I don't know, my steel place here, and it says, "Hey, I need that iron pronto." Zoop, overcomes a certain amount of steel. I don't know. Buses are doable. You just need to make sure you have high throughput lines. One makes spaghetti until it works. I might be making spaghetti. Will it work though? Will it bend? These encased steel beams don't bend, even though they're made of. Well, these ones still are made of steel. Someday we'll be making our fobbing off iron pipe industrial beams. Why did it make a thumping animation last time I did that? Had a fist hitting it.
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt and lift Mark V. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
I agree, Ada. I'm glad to have you here. I just wish you'd stop talking to the weird alien goo people. Should have my 100 computers for this, no bother. Although we have to wait a bit, don't we? Yeah, there we go. The pod returns in 5 minutes now. It was 8 minutes for the previous tier. I thought they'd get higher per tier, but no. Very curious about bauxite, and I certainly want to have the ability to make plenty of aluminium. Plus, this will certainly set up some recipes that I'll be interested in fishing for. Alumina, the solutions, the casings. I don't know if I'll want or need recipes here. Do I even have the bits for that? Aluminium casing. Absolutely not, so the control center is off the cards for now. But these two are decidedly on the cards. So I need my computer, I need my heavy modular frames. Do I actually have those? No. But I could make those, unless I left some here. Of course I left some here. Oh, I'm too clever for my own good. It was 100, right? There we go. Always have a backup plan. Anyway, 500 rubber should be doable. You can have that back. Motors. We got the heavy frames and the 100 computers. 250. Oh, it's in the top right, of course. I keep forgetting that it's there. Did you try riding that milestone drone up by any chance? No, but now that you mentioned it, I'll have to give it a go. 100, 250. Well, that's a close call. Yeah, I'm very unsatisfied with my engine production. It's not a complicated thing to make either. Rotors and stators. Very simple. Oh, that is grody, man. Love to see that the hand-feeding meta still is working strong at this stage in the game. Not so happy to see it not working so well. Why is that? Because you need a lot more plastic than this crummy belt is able to provide you with. Let's upgrade the whole lot, shall we? Actually, what does it take for a Mark V? Ooh, aluminium. But just automate aluminium and have everything running on Mark Vs. I see absolutely no downside to this. Quite nice. It's just 2 of whatever material, and it's very easy to automate that way. It's also nice that the lifts don't need much more, just double. And really, per unit, that's understandable. Very generous. It's not like Factorio, where, oh, you want bigger and better. Well, that's going to cost you an order of magnitude more iron and lubricant. Oh, okay, lubricant's not a big deal until you don't have it at all. Hang on, but you've stopped now. What is your problem? And don't say it's plastic. There you go. I need those computers, hombre, so stop holding out on me. Aluminium belts are an order of magnitude in complexity. In the fact that the existing complexity is maybe 1, then going to 10. I'll take that. You are too slow. Become faster. But I need 100 of these. I don't want to have to wait half a minute. Then again, I'm probably waiting half a minute for my thing to return. 30 seconds. Who's got that to wait? Setting up aluminium is some work, at least. That's okay. I'm not shying away from some work. I should not be surprised at this outcome. But whenever being crushed is an option in games, I like to see just what happens when you get crushed. Could dismantle the hub, but I believe there's also a respawn button here, isn't there? Ah. Didn't think it would just kill me. And counted as an accident. Okay, could I have my death crate, please? And don't say no, and also don't say it's stuck in there. What if we go below? Don't worry, it was all done for science. Now, I was carrying a lot of good stuff there. We know it's right there, but where right there? If I sent the thing away, maybe I'd be able to grab it, but all the stuff for sending it away was in that box. Yeah, I know I can dismantle the hub. I didn't want to, but here we go. Hey, there we go. Take it all. Ugh, now it's not quite the same hub. It's marginally different. It's also a disgusting color, so here we go. Right, that distraction aside, here you go. And where were those computers of mine? I love the hand-feeding meta. But as expected, the circuit boards are becoming a problem. Fortunately, you've already been fed them all. Power is becoming a problem as well. Unsurprising.
Milestone reached. Bauxite is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
Oh lord. We're still flying. Hello, momentum. Goodbye, volumetric fog. We can see that the world is a lie. Ooh, this is pretty. And we're still going up, by the way. That's right. If you're going to die, do a star. Was that achievement worthy? Show me my chivos. What a thrill. What can we learn from this, other than the layout of the world? They put a lot out here, but surely you don't actually go to any of that place, right? That's the world. No! I was enjoying that. I will also enjoy having my death crate. Where is my death crate? I'm hoping the answer is it's close. Okay, thank goodness. Whew. You imagine if the death crate was all the way out there in the void? I'm sure you could, because you're monstrous. I'm sure you could also imagine it being way up in the sky. Because at this point, I can. Did I say we're building a factory today? Well, it's been a while since we've seen the Maury space program. Not gonna lie, Jake, I'm hoping it's up there at 100,000 feet. I can't live at 100,000 feet. You know what? Good point. I bet the cannon can help out here. Tell you what could also help, actually having some fuel. Which I think I kept some backup in here. Dang right. Although maybe I don't need that much for now. The cannon will launch you too far. At its current parameters, yes. But imagine a world in which it doesn't. I want to go up. Very high up, please. That should be up enough. You'll die again. Let's go. Where are you, Death Crate? Where is the Death Crate? I'm really starting to think the ladder was indeed the best bet. I think I saw it in the sun. Or was it a speck on my monitor? Don't like what I'm hearing. Hold on, if I ride another one of those things up, but I don't get killed by the death wall, then it might get me high enough to see the crate. At least if I could see the crate, I know what I'm going towards. Hey, come on, come on. Grab hold now. Climbing towards your shit. There's no shame in this. It was for science, right? You think the first guy that tried tasting cow's milk feels shame about it? They probably feel glorious. Oh no. I'm building tubes faster than I can store them. Where the dickens is this death crate? It's still apparently around here, and I don't think I've gone over it. Maybe I should be on this side. It'll give me a better view of it. Anyone see anything that looks like a death crate? Yeah, I think actually that's the best bet. Do another tier and ride it up. But man, do you die fast in that thing. How come it doesn't fall down? Because gravity doesn't actually exist in this game. I could delete the ladders from under me. And we're still here. No gravity. So I'm getting concerned that we've been climbing for a while and we haven't even seen anything that looks like a speck of a death crate. concern is indeed growing. I wasn't carrying anything too important, right? We already sent off the things that we need. It was just biofuel and a few other bits. And no, man, I think I had my power shards and stuff. Are you actually on top of it? Apparently it's in that direction some way, shape, or form. What if it's below the Earth? This game doesn't have a no-clip option, does it? This is why the map site is also a map editor. So you can bring back a death crate. At this point, that would be good. Yeah, 11 schloops are in there. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. Although there might be a command for that. Well, I hope whoever told me to ride the thing up to the sky feels good about themselves, because I do. This is kind of stuff I find interesting in a game. Oh god, we can't get higher than this. Hang on, see that death crate? Can I actually mark it as highlighted? Ew, No, it doesn't not appear that I can. Oh, but I'm being told that I can. You can hide your character marker. Oh, that would be so nice. Aha. Alright, death crate. I want you highlighted. But I don't see a way to highlight it. No. No, I cannot. The thing is, I can't even see it. It's on the side menu. Aha. Yes, but I still can't highlight it. I can click on it. Also, why is this green? It's the compass icon. Yeah, well, that makes it show up on my compass at the top. But it doesn't set a highlight thing like doing... like doing this, highlight marker. So then it shows over there and gives me a beacon thing on top of it. That would be handy for locating this death crate. The green icons on the map are a random visual bug. It does not mean anything. So I was told before, but it's happening again. On the map site, you can see the height that it is. Uh-oh. Well, we're re-entering. I don't even see it. That's what's so concerning. Hang on, somebody mentioned a P for photo mode where you can zoom in. Are you a death crate? Load and autosave. Nonsense! We have this option. We have this opportunity to science our way out of the situation. The best thing I could get right now is a no-clip command, if anybody knows of a no-clip command for the game. We have console here, of course, but I don't... Wait, maybe I can just put in no-clip. Player no-clip on fly. Maybe. How does this work? Maybe not well? This doesn't feel like no clipping. But yeah, I suspect it is in the earth right now. Because it isn't up there. We checked. Read the terminal. Ha ha ha. Player no clip on fly. Maybe it needs to be set to 1. Oh, command not recognized. Well, why did it auto-complete? Science got us into this, and by Newton it's going to get us out of this. Or lose another crate. One or the other. No, command is just not recognized. Then why is it here? Unless one has to do like a cheat enable thing, but I don't want to do that. I have no idea. I am quite close to loading an autosave right now, but if anybody knows a way to no-clip in this game, I'm all for it. Couldn't you load your save file up in the Satisfactory calculator map and check the death crate's height? That sounds like a lot of work. Can you get a visual below by going close into the mountain? I don't think I can get close enough to see through the bottom of the earth. Maybe if you hit respawn, it brings the death crate back. No, that surely doesn't work. You could build a hyper tube into the ground. Is such a thing even possible? Curiously, when was our autosave? 5 minutes ago and 10 minutes ago. You know, that 10 minutes ago one is starting to sound pretty good. So how about we call this one Science. And then we go to this one from 10 minutes ago, which hopefully doesn't have me dying. It's going to be amazing if it just loads me into dying up in the sky. Where are we at this stage? This looks a lot like after I died. Wow, that was really 10 minutes ago? Alright, please tell me this one's okay. Uh-oh. 15 minutes? Oh lordy. Right, well, we're in hot water now. There's no way I died 15 minutes ago. I spent that long on the Maury space program? Concerning. Okay then, let's see what we can do. Wiki got me this. Player no clip mode on fly, true false. Ah. Get me out of this, get me... Player no clip on fly, true. Command not recognized. Do you need something else to turn it on? Rep me, rep me, rep me. Is there anything about death crate? Purge death markers? Set number of days? It's not like you built anything since you started. Surely you're not new. It's the principle of the matter. How do we get down there then? We need to figure out how to get down into the earth. Use the calculator thing. Set player... yeah, I tried that. Unless you're saying we need to do set. Alright, apparently it doesn't take long. Let's go and check this calculator map. So, what exactly am I going on here? Is it the interactive map part? And then click and drag your save game here. Oh god, where's the save game location? App data, roaming, Factorio? No? Local? Local factory game, saved, save games, weird number, science.sav. Okay, you can't see what I'm doing, but I can see what I'm doing. Altitude is at 2,364 meters for the crate, so it is in the sky. How do we not see it? Or are you telling me that 2 kilometers is way, way higher than how high we're going here? Oh, this is taking too long. Give me my tube. Yeah, curiously, how high up are we talking here? I'm sure I can share the save file, so if somebody wants to play around with finding it. I don't have a lot of time to do anything fancy here, but it's in my public stream stuff, and it's just a loose file there now. There we go. This is where I keep a lot of stuff for games that I stream. All right, come on, suss this out. "2,000 kilometers high." Uh-oh, I've made a boo-boo here. The tall mountain with the uranium was 350 meters. Okay, right. For lack of a better idea here, I am going to move that death crate back down. How was that done again? Can I update its position? Right click. I don't want to delete the thing. There's an option to reset death crates here. You start taking damage at 1 kilometer. The skybox is at 2 kilometers. You're halfway there. Right click, update position, and I guess I change its Z coordinate from... That's a large number. It actually says it's at 236,000 meters? What? Oh, right, no, that's just a value, not a meter. I don't know what to set it to then. It's in Unreal units. Okay. Could I just reduce it enormously? Maybe it's still rising? Don't scare me like that. I'm gonna set it to 10% of its height. And then I'm gonna hope that that works. Gonna re-download the save. It's going to spend forever compiling things. It feels a little dirty, to be honest, using an external tool for this. And we've probably wasted more time than just redoing what we did, but it's all for science, is what I'll tell myself repeatedly as I cry a bit about it. Alright, now I should have another save available. Are we sure this is a bug, though, Brian? The game is no doubt doing exactly what it was told to do. Alright, is it there now? Or did I just put it straight into the ground by reducing its height too much? Check the height of a nearby node. I should have checked my own height and compared it to that, because yeah, maybe I did end up just sticking it in the ground. Jake, you loaded the non-editive save. What? I thought I loaded more science. Oh, I see a speck. My death crate. That's it at 10% of its height. Yeah, exactly, Sumkey. You've figured me out. It's nothing but cheats all the way down. That's why people have to explicitly put in a rule about no cheating on the weekly one-shots. From what I recall, the death crate would appear where your body lands when you die in midair. Because there have been times where we've been, say, shot as we try to jump away from a hill. And then we pirouette through the air as a corpse, and then the thing ends up where we land. So I don't know, maybe we collided with some absolute top value of the map. And the game went, oh, your body collided, put death crate here. I'm surprised the game doesn't have a check for death crate is out of bounds. So respawn in a safe location. You didn't land. Well, what do you know? For all we know, we actually hit the thing up there. Our poor body has become one with the space program. Oh yeah, there's an idea. It might have gone on top of the skybox. It might have actually thought, I'm out of bounds. I should go on the nearest valid surface. Top of skybox is surface. So here you go. Can I stand on top of this thing? Can you build on top of this thing? Oh my god. There's a new meta to be had here. So you can build solid objects through death and build on them. Yeah, the Death Crate space program, it shows promise. Don't know what it's promising. Nothing good, I'm sure. Wait a second, how am I ever going to delete that? Ugh, I'm sure there's going to be no adverse effects of leaving a floating ladder up there. Alright, let's go. You as well, my ladder. Not that we needed to do that, I'm just getting rid of stuff I won't be caring about. Okay, so, very glad we went out of our way to do that, because my 11 Schummerschlops and my 81 power shards would not be thrilled at being lost like that. So thank you for the 30-minute or so distraction, whoever said we should ride that thing into the sky. And I do mean that, because that was fun and funny. Also gave us time to produce whatever we need for these other thingamajiggers. The hover pack. I would like these control systems, but we need that aluminium casing, unless it's easy enough to make. How do we get aluminium casing? Why, we use aluminium, of course. How do we make aluminium? With scrap and silica. Worth noting that I don't have any automation of quartz. It's something we found early, didn't really know what to do with, and then moved on with our lives. Get the hover pack ASAP. It is the best. But I already have a jetpack, and jetpack is clearly cooler than hoverpack. Wait, it doesn't need the casing, it just needs the sheets. And I have those sheets. I even have just enough of those sheets. Oh, and then some. Then heavy modular frames, 100 of. Which I barely don't have. Can I make 25 heavy modular frames? Preferably in a one-use machine that I set up just for them. Which is you, right? Yeah, ignore this nonsense. I think we're good on computers for a little while. I hope we're good on computers for a little while. Well, it's not 100 of them. Oh, but hang on, I need 100 for this. And I don't have 100 for this, okay. Well then. Give me just a touch more plastic, and we will get there. Alright, when I have my 100 computers, I want to make the heavy modular frames, but I also need the engines, or motors rather. He's gonna handcraft to the end, and why wouldn't I? It works so well. See how well it's working. That's 100, but fortunately, I have another 150 at the ready. Your methods are beyond our comprehension. What is there to comprehend? I want this thing. I want it now. What is faster, hand feeding or building a factory to automate it? For this goal right now, the answer is hand feeding. Perhaps in some visionary long-distance thinking, it would be build the factory. But that's not what we're doing right now. I'm just doing this because after this we're going to be doing other things. You're building a factory, just says Tark. Schloops have made handcrafting very powerful. I hand-fed the last phase. May well still be doing that. Right, so I just need about 100 computers. Although I worry that I need computers also for some MAM research. So maybe rather than using you again, I'll just set up a different one here. Because let's face it, I just need these heavy frames, preferably ones that don't use screws. Yeah, you also make 3 of them, although you take quite a while. This is this is going to use power that I don't have, isn't it? Modular, encased, steel pipes and concrete. Modular, encased, just fat-fingered something there. The pipe, and I believe it also wanted concrete. Take the whole lot. And also take more power that I think we should be allocating. Yeah, it's fine. Wait, is this thing on? You have batteries. It won't black out instantly, yes. I'll be grateful for the batteries. Why is production down now? I just turned you on. Maybe it's because that thing up there is no longer working? Actually, you're still no longer working. Because we need more cables. Cables, plastics, circuit boards, the whole lot. Yeah, this is stuff I really should have automated, but, you know, I was busy exploring. Right, there's our 100 computers, if nothing else. And you don't seem to use up too much of these goods, do you? Well, that's fine. I just need those heavy modular frames for this. One step at a time. Yeah, I always forget the first one isn't doubled. Is there an explanation as to why that happens? I need 26 of them. Whilst you're working away at that, I also have MAM research to do. Remember, we made ourselves a to-do list. Phase 3 is now cleared. Next up is MAM research. I didn't put the tier researching in because I didn't know what, if any, I'd be able to do. Turns out more of it than I thought. This requires a singularity cell, which I can't get. These require Mercers, which I'm not willing to spare. Caterium has quite a few things I'm sure I can do. I'm not really sure I want a power switch. But Mark III power poles sounds pretty cool. Requires high-speed connectors. Ooh, but I need those for geyser power. Also, rifle ammo for a rifle I don't have. Are these Mark IIIs worth it? How many of those high-speed connectors do I have? I have 157. I'm not really sure I'm willing to spend 50 of them on this. We don't have the rifle. Right, Massilia. Do I have resin? No. Haven't even made any resin. So getting fabric out of... Well, being able to automate fabric is out of the question for now. I don't have the time crystals for you. I could make this residence application, and I think it's worth it just so that quartz isn't something I keep clicking on. So I need a bunch of my explosives, 100, and I need those radar things. What are they called? Not radars. They're quartz related. What the heck was the name of that thing? I could go and check, but I'm trying to work on my memory, just not very well. Crystal oscillator, Gib.
Pulse Nobelisk unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobelisk detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your Fix-It liability waivers are up to date.
Nice to know Ada's looking out for us, but that means I don't click on this thing constantly going, ooh, I wonder what's still to be done here. Perhaps the rifle is worth considering at this point. Do I even have smokeless powder? I can make black powder, but I don't... Oh, smokeless powder is some kind of oily thing, so I guess that's out of the question for now. Yeah, so that's something that I need to do when I'm building up my oil stuff properly. Actually make smokeless powder so we can work our way towards death for our foes. Although, to be fair, paralyzing them and beating them to death with a beat stick has been working fine so far. In that case, there's nothing else to really concern ourselves with unless I want these Mark III power poles. And whilst I'm fairly certain I don't, I'm going to do it anyway. I want my high-speed connectors, even though, oof, they just need circuits, right? The problem is I don't have it automated.
Power pole Mark III unlocked. It has significantly more power connections compared to the previous models.
Oh, but it needs high-speed connectors. Let's see, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, there's no way I'm building this over the Mark II, right? Who would stomach that kind of cost? Quickwire is so incredibly easy to automate, but you want... I suppose rubber and steel pipes are no big deal, but the high-speed connectors are a bridge too far for me. Alright, that means I've done everything I care to do here, except... yeah, I need the resin for you, and I need smokeless powder. If I had smokeless powder, all of the rest of this would be rather trivial. Oh yeah, rifle ammo is surely made from with the rifle stuff. Turbo fuel is back. The casings are back. What's this? Inflated pocket... Oh, more inventories. Wait, can't I just have this immediately? No, requires a parent. Does it require all parents or a parent done? Huh. A parent. Whatever the case, though, it requires smokeless powder, which we don't have. Although we could do... Yeah, that's very doable. I can get this, for example, very easily if I just make smokeless powder, which I could do over at the oil place. And then when I have this, we just need yet more computers. Okay, I very much should consider automating computer production. Although I don't have to. Not when I can hand feed until the cows come home. If I also recall, you wanted cables. There's some cables for you. And what else did the computers need? Was it rubber? Now, circuit boards, right, and circuit boards are another problem. But they're a solvable problem. Just hand feed all day. No, let's get away from the hand feeding meta. It's not what we're here to do. I'm here to take my heavy modular frames, get the hover pack, find out that the hover pack also needs computers, and then continue hand feeding.
Milestone reached. The hover pack draws energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious problem by now.
She's saying there's something wrong with my existing tools? Unthinkable. Right, so this hover pack requires computers, but only 8 of them. That's nice. So I can just go and grab the last ones that we have here and finally get away from this nonsense. Yeah, this nonsense has to end. Get away. It's time to actually build a factory. Donk, donk, donk. No, wait, what? Definitely not you. You. And you are all going away. And then any junk that I have is getting dumped. Dump it. Dump it, dump it. Yeah, even steel beams, dump those. Dump you as well. And you. And maybe not the encased industrial beams. Those get produced, yes, but maybe agonizingly slowly. Otherwise, upload these, which I don't have optimated. Definitely these, which I don't have optimated. Probably struggling on circuits, definitely struggling on computers. Putting those first because I'm about to use them. Who needs concrete? There's probably no space in the cloud for the... no, there probably is space in the cloud for motors, so up they go. And in the old backup boxes, shove in the fancy concrete dusted stuff. And in the advanced weird stuff, put back the aluminium, unless... no, aluminium sheets can also go into the ether. And also soak in the last of the heavy mod frames. What do you mean I can't afford it? Pizzle continues to be pooled here. And 40 hours in, the tutorial is over. Now let's play. I agree. Let's play. Get you out of here, and it does concern me that this has to go in my back. Ooh, I must say, hovering in place feels pretty good. And also shift to fly higher. That's quite nice. But it also shows the range. Yes, this is as far as we can go from our power source, right? And it seems like the power line that we're attached to is glowing when we move over to it. How do we descend? Control space? Click space? Alt space? C? There we go, C brings us down. Well, this is monumentally fantastic. At least for places where I've actually built infrastructure. Now here's the question. I run away from the source of my energy. And then I go, oh Christ, no. Ooh, would you look at that? It's kind of... it slows my fall a bit. So if I go out of distance, it goes doof. But does that happen all the time? Thank you, Maury Space Program. The answer is no. Maybe it's only when you're going away from a power source or when you are in certain range of a power source. More death creates time. Alright, let's try that again. So if I go away from the power again. Okay, so I only assume that it's letting me gently fall if I'm coming off of a power source. I don't think it's a range question. Stands to reason, right? The thing is powering up a bit. Oh, cool! There's a little visual indicator in on the hand thing on the left, telling me how far I am from power. Wow, this is cool. Doesn't work so well in places where I haven't dragged power, so I always want to keep my jetpack on hand, surely. But cool nonetheless. What's the solar box thingy? The solar box thingy? Oh, that's the blueprint maker. Which, come to think of it, didn't we access better blueprints? Yeah, we got the Mark II blueprint maker. This is where I should be doing blueprints. This place is dead and buried. Cannot dismantle blueprint designer with blueprints inside. Ah, probably because it still has that in there. Done and done right. Now, how about this 5x5er? A creature is in the way. I see no such thing. Impressive. Very impressive. Now I could build that better hypertube. By the way, how do I stop flying? Seeing a way to stop flying. Press C twice. Thank you. Donk. Right, so I would rather like to make another hypertube thing, but maybe that's not the priority right now. What does my to-do list say? It says do MAM research. Well, we just did that. Extract the steam power. I will do precisely that now, because I feel like my power needs to be augmented healthily. I mean, it's holding there, but think how much better it could be holding. I also probably want more power stores. It only uses things that I already have automated, so is there any reason not to have a quintillion of these? Doesn't seem like they suffer any efficiency issues. Flying is fun. Right, you went to there. And you're okay to daisy chain. Easy peasy. I mean, really, what is stopping me having so many of these things? Just try and stop me. If you have enough power production, batteries are irrelevant. Yes. But do I have enough? No. Hey, this is going to make it a lot easier to place the power poles as well. Fascinating. Almost don't need the tube launcher, although it's still going to be considerably faster than not having it. Right, what am I doing now? Try and arrange one's thoughts. Get this nonsense out of my inventory, keep it sorted, and then consider. I meant to get my steam power. Try not to get too distracted by that. Ooh, if I hover over radar towers, it shows me all of them. That was what I was wanting. I just want it to stay up when I hover away from it. But what do these green ones mean? Let's go over here. We already have power over to there. But then I want to go over to these steam geysers and tap them. And then I want to go and build up a big power production facility here. You know, why automate when we don't have enough power to automate, clearly? It would be faster to tube over, but you see, by doing this, I can enjoy what I have. Although it does tell me the limitations of how I've set up my power. Ah, I was so naive making all of this. It seemed like so much power. One idea I did have was to up the output of coal and then shard these things so they made more, but really each of these only makes 700, not even 700, 75 megawatts a pop, right? That's pathetic. But the big difference between coal burning over the biomass was that it was automated. I like it when step-ups have significant step-ups. So this one is, hey, it's really... Well, no, your first thing is your hub. And the hub, you have limited power to begin with, and it needs to be fed. Biomass burner is a step up. You can have as many as you want. And then the coal power goes, oh, hey, but we're automated. And then the fuel goes, well, you need to deal with liquid, but we produce vastly more energy. Geothermal says, we're fire and forget. Alien power says, well, me too, but I cost a ton. Best example of those kinds of step-ups is in RimWorld, in my opinion. When you think about doing medicine in RimWorld, leaving someone to bleed out and die, well, that's the worst thing you could do. So patching them up with your bare hands is so much better. But then giving them herbal medicine is so much better. But then giving them industrial medicine is so much better, because it can treat multiple wounds and go up to 100% tend rate. And then in Glitter World medicine is so much better, because it goes above and beyond, treats loads of wounds, and makes up for poor doctors. I like it when you get that. I'm sure we've had plenty of games where you unlock something that seems cool, you get it, and it's like, oh, it's plus 0.5% critical rate on attacks with blunt weapons done to the head on Tuesday nights when there's an eclipse. No thank you. Ooh, can see me my summer schlops like this. Probably have to get into the routine of... What the heck is that? Into the routine of quickly bringing power along with me, because I suspect this will not be far enough to reach my friend. Well, no, but I mean, I can just go over and grab him. Ooh, but this feels bad. When I'm not in my power area. Feels bad not being able to hover. Wish I could equip them both. Something like the fuel-powered jetpack will work, but only in situations where this will not activate. Just build a pole. That sounds like manual work. Is that what we're here to do? Right, where am I going here? Also, where am I? I disabled myself, didn't I? In more ways than one. The current Diablo is the worst. Hold on, I got stuff partially covering up chat for me. There we go. Current Diablo is the worst. 5,000 different attributes for each item, like plus 2% more frost damage from orbs against undead in a forest. Yeah, I was playing a game that looked so much like that. What was it? Was it Pillars of Eternity? It was one of those crappy games that people convince themselves is amazing. Words of renowned patrician fan. I have lost sight of my power, but I'm sure that's okay. Ah, I've gained sight of my power. You can hot swap your backpack slot in your inventory between jetpack and hoverpack. So you open this and you press... not that. 1. Ooh. That's cool. Could I have that without having to open the inventory, I wonder? Could say you want poles from pole to pole. I could say that, look, Shaden. It would sound awfully daft. Hold up, what wizardry was that? Press tab, press 1, fly, with fuel. Press tab, press 1, fly with energy. So, I wonder if I could quick slot this by pressing 1 on it. No, not like that. Yeah, if I could have that without having to open the menu, that would be fantastic. Maybe there's a quality of life mod for that. Recht. Don't be distracted by that. Be distracted by this. What are we doing here? We're going to make this pure crude oil into pure power. Hang on. I suspect I want to upgrade you first. I want to be using Power Pole Mark 2s instead of 1s. Is there a way to just disable this? Like, never build these things again. Remove it from the currently building thing. I wonder. Well, not that I can see. That switched my chainsaw to a paleberry. Yeah, that I don't think is what you want. But maybe. Man might really love his paleberries. You get the Mark II if you get the cable from Mark II pole, yeah, so probably the problem is all the Mark IIs I've built in the first place. So, we have some wildlife here. Looks oddly hostile. Going to have to die. Hold on, do these things know that I'm here even when I'm just floating? Oh, okay. So... can't detect me when I'm crouching next to them. But if I dare to float gently, they're all about me. I already want that rifle. steam, not oil, is what you were going towards. Yes, you're right. You're completely right, and I completely forgot. Just like that guy forgot how to live. However, it might not be the world's worst idea to set up a machine here so that the hostile wildlife stops spawning. Which starts with production and... Actually, before it starts with that, it starts with some foundation, doesn't it? Relatively flat here, which is wonderful. Begin the zooping. One way or another, this is going to turn into a sizable power area. So I think building over water seems our best option. If I had to guess, and I do. If you turn one pure oil into power, you'll have enough for some time. That's the idea. That's exactly why I'm setting this up here. Or at least that's exactly why that's my intention. I noticed that the chainsaw is much quieter. I found a sound setting that will hopefully... Well, I know it does it. It makes the white noise out of this almost unhearable. I can hear it, but it's not as grating as I had issue with before. Thank you to... I think it was, again, a YouTube comment that pointed out the game has good sound settings. Go and give it a go. And the closest I could find was something that reduced the sound of all equipment. So sadly, the cathartic noise of the chainsaw is also depleted, but... Depleted or diminished. Don't mix the two words together. Curiously, is this too high for the water extractor? It could well be. Production. Water. What a disaster. Although there's nothing stopping me just building around where the water extractors will be. They're still going to take up space. Alternatively, I could just lower the foundation a bit, couldn't I? A consideration. Oh god, I forgot to do something really rather important. Now that we have all these recipes unlocked, what do we need to do? We need to unlock more recipes. Fortunately, we have the power to solve this recht nu. Ma'am, come with me. My extensive hard drive collection. How does this work again? Analysis, hard drive, get going. And of course we've got a lot of things here that we've ignored. Might still want that polymer resin, knowing that I haven't set up any way of making polymer resin. But we did unlock something, right? Yeah, we got heavy oil residue. I guess the difference is this treats resin as a byproduct, whereas this other way treats resin as the main product. The question is, why would I want resin? It's used in plastic and rubber, but we can already make plastic and rubber out of just the oil itself. It's probably just a way to sink it better, or just maximize extraction. I don't know. Steamed sheets is the only copper sheets recipe. Well, that might be a good reason to take it. But currently I have no need of making steamed sheets because copper has not been relevant at any point throughout this game, at least not in a throughput consideration. Yeah, I really like it when we get the recipes and chat starts arguing with themselves about what is worth it and what is not. Really warms my cockles. Right, where am I going here? I want this. Wish you could just slam down temporary map marker, but there we go. I am heading in that direction, and following the water seems like a groovy idea. Yeah, I could make Mark II, but couldn't I also just build a big one? I haven't been doing much of that. I don't like that it's just kind of standing there and not on foundations and such, but what can you do? And now with that, surely I can build a whole bunch of this. What do you mean invalid? I guess what's invalid was that it wasn't connected to the other one. So I was meant to do this instead. Whoop. And then put you over as far as we can go. Or don't care generally and just fly up to it. Please let me up. This is a little awkward for flying with because it's not going to work so well until I actually build the thing. But another way to look at it is, hey, whoa. Why can't I follow the power line? It is powered, right? Yes. Yeah, I'm noticing that. You only connect to the poles, not to the platforms. And I don't like ziplining. Ziplining is grievously slow. Alright, in that case... Considering once again where I am, I've overshot. Oh, does that mean the geysers are way up high? That would be what this indicates. Alright then, I'll play your game. You'll get there some way, somehow. Stop pretending that you won't. Come on, come on. There we go. Feels really good being able to fly like this, but... how dare I face limitations? This is telling me that the cannon is still going to have some good utility. It's also nice to know that we're going back to Friendly Spider Town. We love the friendly spiders and they love us. Also feels really nice knowing I can build up here without being close to those horrific freaks that spit out the little crab buddies. Although it's also not so fun to know that the jumpy spiders could come and get me. Anyway, first time we're building geothermal. Let's give it a go. I guess you don't need to align to anything, really. There was a second one. Where was it? Wait, hang on. If I power pull out of this thing, what is it defaulting to build here? Is that a Mark 1? No. Oh, yeah. Ew. Ew. I want to have no more Mark 1s if at all possible. Which means I need to build the power pull for... Or build the power out of the Mark 1. If only it would reach. Alright, we're getting there. And hopefully I can come down here without alerting the bee crabs. So this is going to fluctuate between 100 and 300. I was told it's done in a sine wave. But we can just treat this as 200 megawatt output constant because we have enough batteries to bank that power. Seems good to me. It's not a lot, it's 400, but that's still considerable. Wait a second. Wait a second. Ah, it can't be Sommerschloopt. Not the other thing, sharded. Can't believe I'd be betrayed like this. It doesn't matter, Jake, just build more poles. But I want things to be relatively neat. I know you wouldn't think that given what I've built so far. But surely you can believe my lies today. Someone has to. So my brilliant belief is that when I fall off of this thing, I'm still going to be able to slow my fall, even as I go very, very far away from these things. And if that somehow backfires, I can press tab, 1 tab, and be okay. Oh yeah, nice slow descent. Our pioneer is very good at doing things one-handed. We've already fallen for the I'm going to automate things today one too many times. And I've only been saying that today. It's not like a lie I keep repeating. Oh, right, I don't have the... Wait, I got betrayed by the paleberry. Oh, no. Oh, no, oh, no. I still got betrayed by the paleberry. How did that happen? Because I had a paleberry, no doubt. Wait, now I've got an empty hand slot. Because the whack-a-mashmack got switched with the paleberry and is now there instead of... okay. Right, I have an idea then. We're just going to blast off regardless. Don't worry, that's only the 3rd or 4th accident today. Whee! Now, if I'm lucky, I can attach myself to some power on the way down. Anything's possible. Well, that was best case scenario. We were just a little bit shy, although I probably could have attached myself to... No, I couldn't have. Hey, you know, to make this happen better next time, why don't we ensure that we can have power that way? Or a soft landing that way. Just land somewhere around there and you'll be fine. Yeah, I'm liking the look of that junction thing for hypertubes. And that'll be on experimental next week, so we'll probably be on 1.1 next episode. But notably, we're not there right now. Maybe make a bullseye as well. It's rather bothersome that you can't just follow the cables in this kind of setup. Almost makes me not want to have these. And yeah, I know somebody said that your wee thingamajig to ride on the cables could be used here. I don't know what I'd want to sacrifice in my inventory for that. Probably the explosives. What is it called anyway? The cable... the wire, the artful dodger, the zip line. Guess I could have that. Shove you away into the depot for now. And then in this kind of situation I could go whee, but it's so slow. Probably still a bit faster than using my my other thing, but it feels slow. It's also yet another hand thing I need to switch to. Oh god, where's the death crate? Yeah, that was the thing. I was holding shift there, Proto. Well, Maury Space Program to the rescue. So it might be up on there. But I swear we're building a factory today. So far we built 2 geysers. The sound of progress. There we go. Never forget your roots. That looks a lot like a death thingamajigger. Not today. Good, don't want to lose those summer schloops. Right, so how did that go so badly? Because I picked up another thing to switch to. So if I'm going to do the tab 1 tab thing, do not have other consumables in your inventory. Ugh, it's just another thing to keep in mind. I don't like keeping things in mind. Or only use the power mover thing if you are working on the factory. That might be a better way to go about it. So have this as default and only use the power floater thing when you're... Ow! Thought it was closer to the ground there. Only use the power floater when you're building. That makes a lot more sense for me. Anyway, at least one thing we can check off is extracting steam power. We are now doing that. Max out oil extraction for power in the east. And by max out, I mean just on one node. I don't plan on using all of them. Where was I doing that? Right in front of me. Or look at the position of the quick slot and hit the correct number. That's too much thinking, because I want to be able to do it rapidly. There's no room for thinking when I'm in charge. Yeah, tell me, can the rifle do that? Probably, that's the thing. Taking damage here is fine because we should be safe for a while in building our power generation. Check out the question and notes menu if you ever want to do fancier formatting. But would I want to do fancier formatting? Your text? God, what is this? Game facts? Huh? Pass. Anyway, not relevant. Also, I don't even want the text on screen. There we go. Right. Enough faffing around. Well, that's not true. There's never enough faffing around, but it's time to actually build some power. Starting with extracting you. Oil extractor. There's no good reason not to have you gigawatted up. 600 cubic meters of oil per minute, no fluctuation. At a cost of probably a lot more than 40 megawatts, right? Yeah, but that's not important. Hey, let's add some barrel nuts to our inventory. Oh god, it gets weird now. Really weird. Yeah, do not pick up nuts and berries again. Wait, but in that case, how do I make my inhalers? I think I can make inhalers out of alien globby bits. That might be better. Easier to schloop as well. What are they called? They're called like nutritional inhalers? Medicinal inhalers. Ooh, there is no good way to make it. It's all manual. Yeah, manual. Even Macella is fairly manual, but it's easier to get in bulk than the others. What's the best way then? Also, none of it can be automated? Yeah, equipment workshop only. I guess later on you don't need healing because you've gone and purged everything. Is Macella renewable? I don't know. Probably not, because you hack it down from mushrooms and the corals. Anyway, this is distracting us from what is the vitally important information. What do we even set up here? Perhaps I should power you to actually have this sorted first and foremost. Okay, so you cost obscene amounts of power, but you're going to surely produce obscene amounts of power. And this is a fine place to use my power shards, no doubt, because that's going to vastly reduce the size of what I'm going to be building here. Although, is that going to be relevant? I don't know. So, tell me about raw oil. In an ideal world, I could turn it into turbo fuel to burn here. I imagine turbo fuel is the best fuel for burning. Yeah, so if I use compacted coal, oh god, that needs sulfur, but that's not undoable. I can bring coal and sulfur over here, they're not far away. No, Jake, rocket fuel is better. Ah, but counterpoint, do I have rocket fuel? No, I don't. Counterpoint, did that ma'am ever finish for me? The copper alloy ingot, I'm still not interested in. The silicon high-speed connector. Removes wires. Doesn't really increase output much. These both seem like a complete waste of space, so rescan. Ooh, computers. Right, so computers are a bit of a problem. A significant boost in speed. Doesn't need so much plastic. Doesn't need plastic at all. Although it does need the circuit boards, which could need plastic. Wires for quick wire is not a big deal. That's a nice reduction in plastic, though. Well, by switching it out into rubber, that does sound good. How about fused quartz crystal? Seems like a complete waste of time. Look at that, we've already got pure quartz crystal. Why would we want to fuse them? Definitely taking the computer then, because I don't want to hang on to those two, and more computer options are surely better computer options. And we're going to keep scanning, because as it happens, we have rather a lot of hard drives from all that exploration we did before. Didn't answer my question about what we do here, though. So fuel is... What does it have against telling me the energy values of things when I look them up in the bit here? There we go, it's got 750 megajoules. But turbo fuel is so much more than that. It's almost 3 times as much. So surely I should go to the extra effort of turbo fueling it up. What's the recipe for rocket fuel, by the way? Does that require turbo fuel first, or is it just regular fuel? Because if it's just regular fuel, I might be complicating things for no real benefit. For this power plant, keep things simple. Oil, heavy oil, fuel. It'll give you several gigawatts. You can do turbo or rocket later. Ah, but there we go. You do need turbo fuel for rocket fuel. So I think we will go turbo fuel here, despite warnings against it. But that's okay. I can ignore warnings about being stuck in a loop. Don't know why I'm so obsessed with keeping my inventory sorted. I wish I had bots to handle that for me. Right. 600 cubic meters of crude oil. Yeah, I'm also curious why people seem to not like the turbo stuff. I'll just invent a reason. Turbo is too complicated for their tiny brains, and they don't want to be overshadowed by my great performance here. So let's see what we can do with you. First things first, I'm going to need to turn you into regular fuel before we go rockety, and that's going to require refining. Refining requires things that I fully have automated already, so this surely won't be a problem. Wait, is it a refinery? Probably. I should build it and check. Refinery, you will turn oil into... Wait. No, we need the fuel first. So it's just fuel, just regular fuel. Is that really the best we can do out of this thing? It needs oil as an input. Yeah, if I need fuel out of this, this appears to be our only option. Although heavy oil residue might work. Although heavy oil doesn't appear to have any particular use, does it? That must have some use. Ah, it's not showing them all. We need to open up the codex. Ah, would you look at that? If I just make the heavy oil residue and then turn that into fuel, that seems nice and simple. Although I could also make heavy oil into turbo fuel. That might be even better. God, I need to get ahead of the ratios. Ratio looks a lot better for making turbo fuel here. Does he have sulfur for compacted coal? Yes. The sulfur mine is here-ish. Oh, somewhere around here. So we can just drag it over with one big belt. Or better yet, compact it with the coal here and then drag it over with one big belt. That seems to work fine. Alright, so I'm guessing we just want to make this into heavy oil. I'm looking at cost. So heavy oil residue, byproduct of plastic and rubber, petroleum, further refined through heavy coke, da 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 da. Is there anything better than that? Liquid biofuel. Alright, very good. So I want to make as much heavy oil residue as possible. Don't know what to do with that polymer resin, but on the plus side, it gives me polymer resin, which is something we haven't made whatsoever. And that has uses, but I'll probably just sink it and store it for now. Yes, and I can do addendums on that as needed. Right, so you only used 30 per minute, and we're pumping out 600 per minute. So I want 20 refineries. That's a number of refineries. It's quite the number of refineries. Which tells me what exactly? It tells me that these are going to be side by side and stacked along here. Either 10 long side by side both sides, or I build up. These things are so damn tall. Okay. Refinery. I wonder what's better, having first the refinery or not. I'd like to have a lot of space in the middle. Donk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't need to line up like that, although it would be nice. It would make things a little cleaner. But does it even really matter? I'd rather have them lined up like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 10, of course, but I wanted more. I might actually just do another level of it. Just bring this up, make another floor of these things, just to save on the footprint. Then again, that obfuscates what I'm looking at. I think we'll just do it 10 along. Although, as you can see, I need more flooring, and if I need more flooring, we gotta get chainsawing. I just got done building a compact oil rig for turning 600 crude oil into 20,000 megawatts via the heavy oil and diluted packaged fuel recipe, and it is massive. Good. I'm here to build today. Somebody said when this rolled as a long play, oh god, we're going to be here for 100 hours. I suspect they undershot that by quite an amount. Good thing I've got nothing but time, right? I think I've got nothing but time. I hope I've got nothing but time. This might be somewhere we're building a small blueprint, and then working with that would be preferable, but... well, that looks like what we're not doing. Yeah, I suspect I once again put my thing the wrong way around. We've all been there. Yeah, are they all the wrong way around? That is impressive. I'm leaving one so it's easier to line this up. There've been a lot of people coming in saying, oh, really enjoying the Satisfactory content. I don't really understand that. I don't know what there is to enjoy from watching this. Especially with my chimpanzee-like struggles with basic concepts. But I guess I should just be happy that someone's having fun. And that someone is me. I'm having a blast here. I know I sound like I'm reviewing Dragon's Dogma when I say that, but I really am. Having a blast, that is. I'm not reviewing Dragon's Dogma. But I did have a lot of fun with that game. Let's almost save ourselves a headache by having these in position. Hey, you know what? This floating around makes this a lot easier. Almost like this is what it was designed for. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Oh, of course. Counting is hard. Wait a second, that means it didn't line up the way I wanted it to. I can't be having this. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Hardest counting I've done since university here. 1, 2, and there'll be more to come, no doubt, because this was only half of it. Kind of a shame the Blueprinter works the way it does. It'd be nice to just go copy, paste, but I'm sure Coffee Stain Studios knows what they're doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My pathetic automation back at base. Already struggling to keep up with the refinery building, but that's okay. I'll go slow to aid it. The fact that the MAM is getting completed already is a surefire that I'm taking far too long here. Alright, MAM, what you got for me? It really, really wants me to make different copper ingots. I don't want to. Insulated cables. I have been warned that I will need an ungodly amount of cables going forward. 2:1 to 9:20 is... well, it's better. It's considerably better on the copper. But I'm just not convinced of the need for this. Because I haven't tapped copper at all. And what do you need copper for other than stamped down copper and making more cables? Until I'm convinced I need more copper, we're leaving this one on the shelf. Yeah, exactly. I have iron wire as well. Ooh, do I want either of these? The automated speed wiring was used in something important. The adaptive control unit. Now, how important is that? I don't know. These two I'll definitely keep banked, because I can't imagine needing these until I explicitly am told that I need. If you need more copper, there's a whole desert of it. Exactly. Also, we can make it out of iron. So yes, we will hold on to this one. And we can always come back if there's something we go, oh gosh, we need that. We know it's there. Well, you'll know it's there. I will have long forgotten. Right, you are connected, so we move along by 2. And then we connect. The whole idea of this setup is once it's done, power will not be a concern for a good long time. Although, we'll see about that. This is Factorio instincts coming in. The moment I set up my first boiler array, you better believe that's 20 boilers into 40 steam engines. Now, how do we connect you up? Probably with rather a lot of... you. These only need a single input. Hold on, why is it not lining up with this thing? Well, it doesn't need to line up, does it? No, never did. Hold on, why is it not lining up with that? Get out of here. There is an argument that says just put these everywhere, but that sounds like too much building for me. I'll line up at one side, and the other side will be at a bit of a jaunty angle, and nobody will care that much. Also, that 1.1 update showing bendy builds and straight builds for pipes. Looked good. Normally I don't care for keeping up with development like that. And in fact, I feel like keeping up with the development of Space Age for Factorio is part of the reason why it didn't really hold any appeal. There was no mystery in it anymore. How could I be with someone like you? Anyway, there were definitely exciting things there, including some of the things I've been moaning about, like not being able to delete the... I do not like that angle, but I also don't care. Not being able to delete the crash sites, that's getting fixed. No longer be hounded by their existence. Oh, I just had a thought, and the thought is I actually need Mark II pipes for this, because pipes have a throughput limit. We're not playing Factorio here. Yeah, throughput's 300. However, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. From this point, I only need 300. I only need 600 here. I know what you're thinking. How can one man be so smart? Frankly, I'm baffled as well. There we go. Yeah, so the 600 goes do-do-do-do-do, but at this point there's only 300 left. Wait, that's assuming pipes work like that. They might not work like that in this game. Anything's possible, huh? Maybe it would be more prudent to upgrade everything. No, I want to know that I'm correct. Also, looks like pipeline junctions are just junctions regardless. Mixed pipes. Cursed. Ada told me we can always reach new heights of efficiency. I will not be afraid to do that. Gosh, look at it go. Could have made fewer if I'd pumped these things up, but I didn't, eh? Right, so what was I doing again? I think it was heavy oil residue. Wait, how much heavy oil do we even make? 4 of the heavy oil and 2 polymer resin. I'm going to have to figure that one out. Is there a quick way to paste across a lot of them? Because there's a limit to how far I can look at these things. I guess I could just hold Control and V and scroll around here. But if there's a faster way to do this, I'd love to hear it. The answer is probably blueprinting. Alright, there we go. These are probably all working for that. So out goes 600. But out is going to go 400 and 400 on each of the sides. So how do we process this stuff? Also, it's going to lock up if I don't deal with the polymer resin as well, but that should be quite simple. I bound paste to my thumb, my mouse thumb button. Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I gotta be careful that one of my 2 thumb buttons is, well, 3 of them actually. One of them is my mute button, so if I suddenly go mute, it means I've fat-fingered mute. Please yell at me if that happens. Okay. I need a big thing on my screen that yells at me when I'm muted. It's easier to do than you might think. In times long gone, there was a stream I did with the Aztecs in EU4. I mean, we're talking a long time ago. And I accidentally muted myself for about an hour. Clipboard paste is now... Oh, crumbs, hold on. I also have this bound to rapid click. Let's disable that for a bit. Rebinding conflict. What in the world is also set to mouse 5? Mouse 5 is clipboard paste, but you're telling me it's something else? I don't recall affixing it to anything. What is this baffling thing? Anyway, is this going to paste? Yeah, that'll do. 1 hour without reading chat. Back then, this was a much, much smaller place. On a busy day, there'd be 10 people watching, maybe. For EU4, I know that might seem unheard of, but we all have our small starts. And the only reason this channel ever got huge was the Ryukyu World... No, it wasn't even that. It wasn't Ryukyu, even! I'd said during a stream, okay, next stream I'm going to do a one-province miner in Asia world conquest. And I don't know why people thought it was Ryukyu. Surely if it was Ryukyu, I'd just say Ryukyu. It wasn't, of course, it was Ming. And people were baffled. Something is off here. Everything is off here. And that got shared around a lot, and then suddenly I'm sitting down to do this thing. Normally, on a busy day, I'd have 20 people watching, and I believe it was 150 people. And that's when I realized something had happened. And, you know, I was absolutely chafed nipples at how much enjoyment I was getting, because these were all these people that had tuned in expecting a Ryukyu World Conquest. And I start playing as Ming China. Oh man, they were baffled. And those that stuck around, they got a good show. Because back then, I did lots of exploits and tricks in EU4. And you know, back then, there wasn't such a high level of play across the community in the game. So it was like magic. Magic for all these poor fools. It was a good time. Ming is a one-province nation? No, Ming is like a 52-province nation. But you see, I had a trick. I made them one province. And that enabled me to do a trick that involved, what was it? I think a tag switch to the Mughals broke the Chinese celestial government but kept all of the upsides. So we became an unfathomably powerful nation. At least back then. These days, all the bonuses and power creep we have in EU4 wouldn't be difficult to achieve a similar thing. Right, this is distracting me from what I'm trying to do, which is figure out what I'm even building here. I need to turn 400... cubic... Oh man, why do they even have these meters cubed? Gets confusing for sorting it out. Point is, I need to make regular fuel now. Wait, no I don't. I make turbo fuel, because we have an alternative for it. We use 5, and we're making 400 a minute. Wait, what? Give me those numbers again. What's the amount that we're using per minute in this situation? Oh, crumbs, I didn't mean to switch you. Perhaps I need to build another one of these to get me a better idea of what I'm doing. If I were to make this alternative heavy fuel, which I know I need to bring over compacted coal, we're getting to that. This uses 37.5. Now I can schloop this, it's not schlooping, I can shard this to my heart's content to make it a much more manageable thing. In fact, I could very conveniently make this into... can I change production to consumption rate? Probably not. But that's just a slightly less than 10% increase, right? What is it? 108. Oh, right. Needs a shard to even do my maths for me. What if it's 107? What if it's... What if it's 106? No, not that. I want this to say 40 per minute. What am I trying to do here? Wait, wouldn't I just complicate this a lot? Because then the output's going to be God knows what. But I do need to consume all of that heavy oil or else it's going to back up. 106.66 and many sixes. Now that seems to work. So that way it will eat the heavy oil and it'll produce my turbo fuel. That seems fine, but I need one each, which seems quite excessive. But I guess that's just what we have here. My problem is it won't fit here, will it? Maybe. It is certainly rising to the occasion. But once we have that, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be spitting out an ungodly amount of turbo fuel, which I then need to turn into nothing actually, because we can use the raw turbo fuel in power generation, However, I want that very segmented so that when I come in and alter it to make that fuel even better, we can do exactly that. So yes, can I fit that on both sides with impunity? Do you have enough sulfur to support that much compacted coal? Probably not, but we will source enough sulfur to make that happen. Doing. Plus I can shard it up to get more. I could even shaloop it up if we need more. It's not a complicated recipe. Wait, I can do this by looking here. Wait, this isn't even showing me. Ah, there we go. There's my sulfur. Oh, is that saying pure? I think it's saying pure. Also, very far north. Normal. Wow, there's really not a lot of sulfur in this world, is there? But it's probably not a problem. So I'm probably going to drag this pure stuff down to the pure coal. Very simple. Well, long but simple. Mulch it into processed super compact coal stuff and bring it over. Will that work? How much of this stuff am I going to need? That's a lot of compacted coal, 32 per minute. I have my doubts about this working now. Consider trucks or trains. A sulfur train would be cool. I don't doubt that, but I want to have at least a shell of a factory set up so I can make a proper train station. Although again, I have no idea the scaling or how you fit cargo wagons onto it. But I'm sure I can figure it out. I am almost, since this is 1-to-1, I'm sorely tempted to have it go above the thing. You know, build it up and have it here. I think that'd be nice aesthetically, but I think for my own sake I need to keep it out in the open, otherwise I will get very confused about what I have here. Does this actually line up hole to hole correctly? Looks like it does, very good. In that case... And again, I do want a good amount of space between them. Make my life easier. That's all anyone ever really wants. Uneven surface, you say. But what if I say I don't care? Good enough. So there shouldn't be any need to mix these, right? Because they're all eating... Oh, crumbs, I need to copy and pasta this, don't I? Right, grab you, and what did we say? 106.66 many. Ah, with a shard. Oh, please tell me this automatically takes a shard out of my inventory. Also, isn't this a little off? I'm using a shard to barely change this. Ah, it's only going to eat 20 shards. That's not a problem. I got loads of slugs. Slugs are everywhere. Use them to make your life easier. So I copy you, and then I go paste, paste, paste. What do you mean you're not pasted? Oh, thank goodness it did take it. Ah, I have to keep clicking it. I thought I could just hold it. I hoped for too much. What a dangerous game. Because even as I build already, I only see the improvements that could be made. Is there an easier way to do this foundation, by the way? I'd love to be able to do a square of it. What about a giant square blueprint of it? That seems like something I should make when I'm back at base. For now, this will have to suffice. Even then, it would only be a 6x6 square, but that would certainly speed up this. Because this is quite nonsensical. Or the infinite zoop mod. Mods, you say? We know we don't run with those around here. I'm being coy, of course we do. I mod out the slightest inconvenience in my gaming. Huh? Oh dear. So I make motors really rather slowly, and now I've reached a bit of a conundrum. But that's okay. The motors will, admittedly very slowly, build up, and that'll give me time to work on the other things. Also, it'll give me time to piece this together. There's no good reason that I can think of to... Why is number 6 no longer... Why are my numbers no longer getting me my hotbar? That was weird. Was I still in some kind of setting mode? Right. There's no good reason not to use Mark II pipes, is there? Now, what if I want to augment this thing to be better? Don't forget about the byproduct. Oh, I'm not forgetting. That resin needs to go somewhere. So I guess we're setting up half of the factory at this rate, but that lets us figure out how it all works without going into nonsensical zones. Now, how is this going to work? A lot of resin coming out now. Here's the question. What do I want to do with this resin? I could just sink it as is, or I could turn it into goods. But I already make these goods out of oil, so I don't see the reason to do that. Is there another use for resin that I'm missing here? It can make rubber, it can make plastic. What else can it do? Because currently my thought is just dump it. Because why would I do anything else? Ah, you're right, the artificial fabric. That's a really good point. What else is needed for the fabric? Ma'am, help me out. Pure... Oh, that sounds good. Pure aluminium ingot. That means I don't need to mix in... silica? Yeah, silica. That sounds so good. Yeah, give me that. Give me that. I'm not rerolling even. Alright. Excellent point was made regarding the fabric. This will reward me with a probably new recipe for fabric that maybe only needs polymer resin. I don't know. But I'll get me some resin and check. So, you there. I want that resin. And it'll be nice to have another one of these finished. Alright, fabric as well. Please tell me this is here. Of course it's here. Why would it not be here? And another one complete.
Research completed. Polyester fabric recipe unlocked. Using polyethylene terephthalate, production of a lightweight and strong fabric can be automated. It has many of the properties of naturally sourced fabric and also amplifies body odor.
Does need water, as much as true, but I feel like just having a little fabric factory at the tip here wouldn't be such a bad thing. And if I think it won't be bad, then surely it'll be amazing. Also, it needs water, and wouldn't you know it, water is in abundance here. So maybe over here I sink and... I sink and I bank resin. Although, would I ever really want resin in the nether? I don't think I will. But fabric I will certainly want. Okay, good. Good. And the fabric is going to need a refinery, surely. Yes, fluid and or solids. It's a little troubling how not flat this is. This is where I wish I could terraform. But I need to build things low enough so that we could get the oil in. Oh well, such is what I get. I could also just build a little bit higher and then bring it up. That wouldn't be the end of the world either. Consume all the resin and sink the fabric. It's more points, I think. I wouldn't be surprised. I wish the game would tell you the points value of something. Actually, could anyone check that for me? I'd be much obliged. The points of resin and the points of fabric. Just trying to think where I even set stuff up. I don't even have to do it on this side, right? I could do it on that side. I've got functionally infinite space on this side. Just do it on this side. But the thing is, this is where the oil comes down as well. Yeah. No, I do want it on this side because it's relatively small and painless. Resin is 12, fabric is 120. And it's 1-to-1 and only needs water and energy, I suppose. That sounds like a great deal. The thing about that 1-to-1 bothers me a little bit, though. Because I'm producing, ignoring the turbo fuel here, I'm going to be producing 20, 200, 400 resin a minute. And this uses 30. 30? So I'd want 10 little factories for making fabric if I wanted to max this out. Which I might still want to do. A little fabric factory over here. Wouldn't be anything little about it. It would be another vast array of these things. You could always overclock it. I certainly could. Or I could just dump it. Starting to think it's not worth setting up a fabric factory here, but it's worth knowing that I have the option to. So here's what we will do. We shall set up a wee refinery over here. Sorry, ma'am, you're in the way. Wee refinery right about here. It's going to need water. How does water get in here? Also, how much water do you pump out per machine? I can't help... Whoa, it's only 120. That's pathetic. Can't believe water extractors are so rubbish. Oh well, not to worry for now. You just don't quite line up with a global grid, do you? I guess I shouldn't worry about it, right? So I just go down and then forget about it. And then... No, definitely not that. Pipeline junction. Bring them all together. Yeah, it bothers me that that's not straight, but what doesn't? That's on a very inconvenient side here. But I guess that's not a big deal. So you lads are going to pump in that water for me. It's 240 water, so I guess I could overclock this thing yet further. Where are you? There we are. Polyester fabric. Beginning to wonder if this is really worth it, but hold on, 60? 1 meter? Why did I think the consumption rate was so much higher? I did think it was so much higher. Am I going off my rocker here? Well, definitely, but in what capacity? Ah, I read 1,000 water. I didn't even consider this 30 per minute. These numbers throw me off ever so much. Sino says, if you want to place a water extractor, place a water pipe stand so you can samp the water extractor to it. Wasn't aware they would snap to it there. It doesn't seem to be a big deal because I'm not going to be stamping a factory thing down here. And if I do, I could always rejig the water in the future. This is the important thing, I think, to have squared up. Cross my T's and all that. So the polymer resin will be coming into here. And it shall also be dumped. dumper will probably be right here as well. So I want my awesome sink just at the be all and end all. Maybe right in the far corner. I just want to give myself as much space as possible. There's no reason not to. And then that means this resin has to go somewhere. The problem is the resin comes out at this end, doesn't it? So it has to go up and round and in. But this is the side that I'm actually finishing right now, so I guess that's what we'll work with. Question is how to really build up an array where these things join together. How indeed. This is probably where the elevation's going to help out. So if I just build a conveyor lift, and then I think it has to point out like that. I think it does. And then what I do is I have a conveyor merger that spits it out in that direction. And then we have conveyor belt. There's no point not using Mark. Oh, right, we don't have that automated. Just make Mark 3s then. Mark 3 should be plenty fast enough. And I want to get you into there. Now, I am not a... If I'm building a proper factory, we are not in Clip Town. We are not the clipper makers around here. So let's show a bit of dignity. So I will want you coming in like so. Which means I'm going to want a splitter. Hang on. How do I make a splitter that's actually in line with this when we're up in the sky? Couldn't I Couldn't I hologram you here and then... What do you mean you can't be nudged? Don't give me that nonsense. But it does give me that nonsense. I obviously want a splitter here, so I split some off for fabric and the rest gets dumped. Obviously. But how do I make it at this level, yet snapped to this grid? Wait a second. Brilliant mind operating here. This is indeed meant to be a splitter. And should it be smart? It actually doesn't matter. But should it be smart? Because it really doesn't matter, right? Just in case we ever want it to be smart. I can do that. And then we can have you come on in. And there's no point not using Mark 3s. At this point, it should really all be Mark 3s, huh? And then you go away, and then you go away. Each splitter stacked is 2 meters of height. Interesting, so foundations would help with that. But you know what else helps with that? Just doing this. So again, now you are able to go over to there. Using straight mode. Oh, yeah. Alright, are you willing to come out already? You're not. Why are you not coming out? Because I took... Can I flush this? If I switch you back over to this... Yeah, that flushes it. A testament to how long we're spending doing pretty much nothing. The MAM has already completed. And it offers us up these again or these again. I don't think I want either. I'm already very happy with my iron pipes, and I don't see the necessity of doing flexible frameworks currently, so give me something new. No, and what in the world is sloppy alumina? It's like a liquid aluminium. Bauxite and water. Ooh, it doesn't have the byproduct here. It doesn't make silica. Doubles the production rate for much less bauxite. That sounds amazing. There's no way I'm not taking that. This is a very blind assumption, but an educated blind assumption, if you will. You appear to not be bringing it out here. Why is that? Because you're too smart. The right output should be the any, and the central output should be the overflow. And then down you go, and then in you go, and now with all that polymer resin you're totally getting... Does it not get it until it's powered? Okay, so it doesn't actually take the input until it's powered. That's interesting. Speaking of things that need powered. I think it's very cool putting these on the edge of the foundation with that, but I find that's a little too difficult for me to actually note is there. So maybe save that for when I'm getting, you know, several hundred hours deep into the game and insisting that my factories are built up to the highest of standards. It'll probably happen. No, this is how you're going to work. We're going to have a merger. Just regular merger. Hang on, they're smart mergers. I guess it doesn't matter. Right, merger with Omega speed going in. Although I can't imagine I need Mark 5s at this point. Mark 4 should be fine. Will it be fine? We're talking hundreds here. It can take 480, and I'm going to be spitting out... $400. Okay, then it should be fine. And this stuff isn't going to be coming out at any breakneck speed, is it? So, make do with the Mark III. Ew. That'll do. However, don't do that, because some of this needs to be banked. So you yourself need to come out to a splitter. This is such a dangerous game. Now that I'm actually building a factory, and I've got the quality of life stuff that doesn't make building a factory feel like pulling your own teeth out, it's really, really dangerous. Like, oh boy. What do I get myself into? Right, I'm going to shove you over hither. And then I will put the... This is a setup that I really rather like. Put the dumper thing, yeah, the dimensional depot right above you on the other side. And then we have you connecting into yourself. Why is this not a smart splitter, by the way? Do we have the power to upgrade them? No. Yeah, that bothers me. Or maybe there is a way. If you have a splitter and you want to make it smart, what do you do? Because if you delete the splitter, it deletes all the connections. They don't come back on when you rebuild another one. So do you just know ahead of time where you're going to need them? There must be some way. You can upgrade them by holding Catarl. Thank you. Such wonderful information that we get here. I'm just going to make that straight. Nobody's keeping score. And then, of course, you need to be overflow down the center, and right output is any. So assuming you're going to work for me, which you won't because that resin is being produced not at all because it's all backed up, but that's okay, that's not my problem. Not yet, at least. We'll get there. We'll get to Problem Town, don't you worry. So now. We just have them like so, right? Oh, and it's smart. It remembers what I just put in. Oh, this is wonderful. And then we want the merger, which pops out in that direction. Bonk, 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 bonk. And then, well, no sense going slow around here. The Mark III is in position. Not that position. And certainly not that position either. Is there a joke point here? Yeah, here's the joke point, because you don't actually connect up with this. But you shall in due time. Why? Oh, right, the length is an issue. I wouldn't know. But that's a problem that can be solved, of course, because we can take Smart Splitter, line you up with that. And then go donk donk. Actually have it the right way around. Also make sure it's not a splitter. This is meant to be a merger. Seems good. So now, we're dumping all of that resin, because we're too lazy to get the tenfold increase of points from dumping it. I'm sure there are better things to dump anyway. I could just dump even more uranium. Dimensional Depot is enjoying getting some actual fabrics. I can yell at this thing for not working hard enough. It's already working twice as hard as it needs to. Could schloop it, but those things are at a premium. Yeah, 'cause it takes 60, it's getting 60. That doesn't look like 60 a minute, but it probably is. It just looks even slower compared to this. Alright. I'm fairly satisfied with this so far. The problem is it stops dead approximately now. Reason being, oh yeah, we are actually getting our engines coming along. Also, did I set up another hard drive? Whoops. Now we need the turbo fuel. Turbo fuel requires compacted coal. Compacted coal demands are going to be through the roof. So let us consider how we make it, because we've never made this. Or if we have, we've only done it by hand, because I certainly don't remember setting up a compacted coal factory. Refiner intake lift on the cloth is a Mark 1 still. The refiner intake lift on the cloth. The refiner intake... But this is meant to be a Mark 1, because it's not going to come out fast enough. Probably the point is this shouldn't be so slow. Just in case we ever soup this thing up. Let's make it a Mark 3. But yeah, this thing can only process 60, so 60 going in is not a throughput issue. But you are right, we should have it more uniform. Because you never know what you want in the future, and those kind of things, especially these things, right? How are you meant to know if it's Mark 1 or Mark 3? Gotta go dismantle mode or have a very keen eye. And I'm not known for the latter. Recht, we need compacted coal and we need to run some numbers. How much do we need and how can we produce that? I need 32 times 20 compacted coal. That's not a difficult one, but let's outsource the thinking. I need 640 compacted coal. The problem with 640 compacted coal is that I think it's a 5 to 5 to 1 ratio. No, it's a 5 to 5 to 5 to ratio. Okay, right. What was that number that we just had? I've already forgotten. I think it was 32 times 20. Where's my pen and paper? Hold on. I could make digital notes on this, but I find pen and paper much more easy for things that you don't need to keep around in your head for long. Also, it's funny to look back on my pen and paper. And I've got some hex-based thing here. What's this? It says H and E and more H. It says something that says mattress. I've got a doodle for a Caesar 3 map here with the goals of SS, GI, and LV. That's probably Grand Insulet, small shack, and luxury villa, or large villa. Anyway, cool. I like going back on these. Because I've got a terrible memory, so these kind of things are like learning new for me. The point is, we need 640 output of both sulfur and coal. So we need a way to do that. But how? I can't remember the outputs at all. Currently our production is only on Mark II. Only 120. We can boost that up to 240, but that's nowhere near enough. What's powering the jetpack? Electricity is. It's drawing 100 megawatts out of our electrical system, our power network. But a power network's looking good these days, although what the hell is this? The capacity is breathing because of our steam geysers. That's funny, but I'm very happy to see production looking good. I'm also very happy to see the stored charge of 2,000 megawatt hours, so we could draw 2,000 additional megawatts for a whole hour. Or half that for double. A pure node gives you 240 by default. Yeah, but it depends on the miner, right? Yeah, because it will double to 240 on a pure one, and we double that again by shloop. Well, actually, we can 2.5 it with the shloopy things. Also, don't I have a better kind of miner available for something we can research? I'm fairly certain we do. So, if we just max out the production, we can further max it out later. The point is we need that compacted coal coming in. You cannot shloop a miner. When I say shloop, most of the time I mean shard. But shlooping is a fun word to say, and so I say it. Right, well, let's get to work on that, shall we? It's just going to be a long, ugly belt, but aren't we all? Oh, but I should probably make note of where we're going for that. And since I'm no longer operating on a factory, we can press 1 and switch out to biofuel-powered jetpack. And my inventory is relatively clean. Don't know why I even make the platform versions. I can stand higher on top of the foundations. Is it even called a foundation when it's this high up? No, it would be a scaffolding. So, about those goods that I need. I need the sulfur. I already mine the sulfur, but I don't further use it for anything. Well, I know it's going to be in this direction anyway, so let's just go in this direction. Hang on, don't I have a machine for this? Yes, I do. It's a kilometer over there, but also a kilometer over there. So the question is which I prefer. The pure one, of course. And I think the pure one is in that direction. Yes, so you're the one that I need. Wouldn't be difficult to draw the power over from our used copper ore. So let's say we're going here. Highlight the marker. This game does need just a temporary marker drop, so I don't have to go to such blinding efforts as that. Easy now. Can you shloop the compacted coal? Good question. I would imagine we can. The only things that I really think you can't shloop are filling and emptying your jugs. Alright. Can I build a second hub? No, you can only have one. Damn, that means you can't check or change milestones remotely. Because I am very curious what I need for that tier 3 miner. But curiosity's going to have to kill the cat today. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Doesn't even matter if you do mind, I'm having a slug. Can see why they removed the whole purge all your stuff on death. That does seem quite punitive. Especially for a game that, let's face it, is quite casual. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Hey, it's not very far at all to get over here. And it won't be difficult to drag the power over, so let's get some numbers, shall we? I want a miner, Mark II on here, because it's all I can afford. Although that might not even be the direction I want to poke the thing. We can super shard it for 600 a minute, and that could be shlooped. I mean, I probably don't want to waste my shloops on compacted coal, so I won't, but knowing that it could be is nice. It was not purge your equipment on death, they just dropped in the box like the rest of your stuff. That still seems punitive. You'd have to make multiples of things to get them back. And then, well, I guess you'd store them in dimensional vortex, wouldn't you? Still seems unpleasant. Right, so we've got 600 coming out. That means we're only 40 short. That's not bad. However, we also need that pure coal. Where was the pure coal? Yeah, that's normal and claimed, normal and claimed, normal and claimed. That is pure coal. So do I drag the sulfur over here and then combine them and bring it down? Or do I just bring them both together and do it here? I think I'll actually have it done next to the coal. I don't see a good reason not to. By the way, what can transport 600? Ah, aluminium can. So I guess we make do with 480. That's fine, because what we can do is we can work with half of our demands right now. I'm only building half of the factory then. The other half can be done once we have the technology to meet our needs. So that means instead of 640, I only need 320. That makes my life considerably easier. Actually, just leave these in. I'll want to boost this eventually. What about a train, Jake? Don't really want to build a train thing for that. I want to have the basics of this set up and the foundation of the new factory here. And then I want to set up a train network that links them. So I might even have it that the train goes around and then it goes up to what will potentially be a smelter array and then goes around to here. So I'll end up with one big cycle that I can then spoke from. Now, whether or not that's a good idea, I don't know. Probably not. But it's what I have in my mind. You don't have power, and I need to fix that first. Do a small Mark V belt into a splitter and then do two 480s. No. Because I really don't like dragging multiple belts over. We did that before with coal, and it was a royal pain in the bum. So I don't want to do that again. This will be easier if I drag your power. Ew, not to a power line Mark 1. Nobody agreed to that. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Give me something else to think about. And to all those people going, how can he get pure aluminium? I wanted that. Well, this is what 8 hours of trudging through the world looking for hard drives looks like. Loads and loads of recipes, including... Ugh, you're back. Ugh, you're back. I already have solid steel ingots. Why would I want a very slow compacted steel ingot output? 10 per minute versus 60 per minute. I mean, why would you want this? Tell me whys. Tell me sweet little whys. I guess the idea is that it needs the raw rather than the processed. Molded steel is the best endgame recipe for pipes. And where are we not, Zajir? We're not at the endgame. I'm not won over by either of these. Let's go. Oh, I have been wanting a... Wait, we've already got a different kind of beam here. But look at that. Aluminium into steel beams. Cutting steel out entirely from steel. And we can make aluminium purely out of aluminium ingots. Tell me this isn't amazing. It's probably not. Aluminium is probably needed for a bunch of other things, but still, that is simple. Really simple. You just have an aluminium mine, smelt it, and turn it into steel beams. Well, aluminium steel beams. I don't want the flexible frame, that's for sure. Is this any good? Is this worth it? The beam recipe isn't good. Bauxite is more rare. Ah, you're right, because we don't have a good idea of where the bauxite is. It's neat, but you need aluminium more than iron or coal. That makes sense. Alright, these sound like good ones to bank then. We'll just hold on to them and not do them. And then continue to roll even more gacha. Because hard drives are cool. Right, where was my mind at? I believe it was something along the lines of powering you. I love how far this thing can go. And we already have the power down here, so this should be no problemo. I wonder if I could just connect you to here. That would have to be done from the lower end, right? Oh, that sure looks like I can. We don't like disgusting powerful Mark 1s. I need to find a way to purge those things. Where does this power even connect to? There we go. I mean, I could upgrade them every time I see them. Also, I want to try this. Yeah, man. Zipline lovers are mentally deranged. Smack into freaking everything. Oh well. Wait, that brought the power up, but that didn't solve the bigger issue. Jake, are you thinking of using trucks? No, not really. One cool thing on the Satisfactory calculator maps is it shows you where the natural roads are, something the in-game map does not. I'd like to avoid using external tools if I can, says the man who used the external tool 2 hours ago because he bricked his 11 summer schloops in his death box. But that doesn't change the feeling of the matter. Anyway, I will try trucks eventually, just not trying them right now. Especially knowing the terrain that I have to cover to bring this sulfur down. Zipline partisan design. They design their power lines for travel. Okay. I do not. So how's this working anyway? I want you going over here to this pure coal node. So plonk you down, highlight the marker, and then see this marker here. Delete it. Yeah. So we're going in that direction. Yeah, that's not too bad. It might be too bad, but let's go. This, I don't care that much about whether it clips or not, though. As long as I get the goods there, it's all good. And this is going to cost a lot of steel, isn't it? But that's okay, we have automated steel, so why would that be a problem? I tell you, we end up with long belt problems real fast with this, though. Yeah, we tried doing this in a much more elaborate way before, and I was not a fan. By which I mean when we dragged the coal over and we used 2 belts for it. Of course, back then I didn't have things. Ew, don't give me that. Wait a second. Good, it is Mark III. Curse these defaults. Yes, quality of life is on my side. Also, these provide me some element of safety as I run away from these beasts that want my guts for garters. Oh, something ain't right about this. That steel is going in faster than I thought. Maybe I have it buffered before it's... Buffered before it's banked. Did I mention about element of safety? I think this is water, not steam, right? Oh boy, this could be a problem. We're having to drop down pretty far here. Game does not like dropping down very far. Not at all. It's okay though, we got it covered. We can just do it step by step if we have to. This is how they make roads for buses. I hope I'm not bringing forward total performance death by doing this. Why didn't I just like build a roadway up top, by the way? We're still going up to a high place, right? I should have just built foundations. And it's not too late to do that. LOL, this is horrifying. Now, much as I enjoy filling you with horror, it's not perhaps my intention. Ow. Why is the wildlife such a jerk? Alright, you know what? Goodbye. Silly beasts. Yeah, that's the unique privilege of being a streamer, is absolutely horrifying people who love a game that you're butchering. Which is yet another reason I encourage people to give streaming a go. Satisfactory's conveyor belts are very well optimized. You're unlikely to encounter significant performance issues even if you make a tornado out of them. Which is good, because one of my goals eventually is to build a theme park in this game. I want to feel vindicated in my opinion that this game would actually make an excellent theme park builder game. I mean, too uneven. Looks perfectly even to me. A theme park for the wildlife? Oh god, no. I don't think we can automate killing people like that. Well, they're not killing. Also, what is this monstrosity? Why are we building Mark 1s? How did this happen? Where did this start? Too easy a mistake to make. Actually, how did that happen? I guess that's neither here nor there. Okay, now we might have a bit of a problem in losing this height. It's funny, I would have thought that the sulfur was high up, but it is not. Perhaps if we follow along this way. We'll find a way that works for us. Or perhaps we'll find yet more man-made horrors. No, it's horrors all the way down. Okay then. I'm fine with that if you are. Excellent use of the crashed ship. Yeah, check. Why is this not connecting? There we go. I must have cancelled out it and lost everything then. Thanks for the reminder, ma'am. I'm working on it. Thank you, sir. Yeah, get hacked. Trust me, it can work. Just have to keep trusting me. What do you mean the surface is too uneven? Maybe the part where it's coming out of there? Looks made of even to me. Alright, how about we do something like... not low enough. I think it really hates coming out into that rock there, so... Let's be a cheeky bugger. Ah. I wonder which surface is too uneven. Maybe it doesn't like being here. That is probably exactly what it doesn't like. Okay, well, it's here, and now I'm starting to wonder, should I have brought this down to begin with? Because we're going to need to bring that compacted coal over here. And that probably necessitates going high, unless there's a passageway through here. Is there? Maybe. Well, this is going north, which is not what I want. You're going to not dying, which is not what I want. Again, the pet shop boys are here to make me want to go west, but how? Love killing those things before they even spawn their little critters. Yeah, so it seems that the final phase of going down is a bad idea. What I want is to take this pure coal and go up. But of course... Also, I could have helped myself dramatically by bringing power here. Yeah, so this goes up and then gets compacted here and then gets brought over. You don't like conveyors? I love conveyors. Oh, the elevators, you mean? I suppose they're okay. I guess I haven't checked to see how high they can go. That's not true. We used them ages ago when I found this deep, deep mine that had, I forget if it was quartz or SAM or something in it. My question, I suppose, is can we chain you up? Wow, okay, right. Well, I suppose this is probably how we get out of here. Yes, yes. Deleted you because I wanted you pointing the other way. Because now what we need to do is we need to generally hit it westward. So let's consider that our new objective. Delete our existing one. Why, oh why, can I not bring up the context menu from here? Because I can barely click on it here. And also the zooming in is poor. There we go, yeah, that's what I wanted, 1.1. Anyway, there was something about a MAM. Keep those hard drives flowing. Keep those options flowing. Coked steel. I believe we didn't want that before. I doubt we want it now. But what about making stators better? Stators I struggle with currently, for no good reason. Upping the production rate of them sounds good. Moving around quick wire does not. Any chat input on this? I really don't think I want this cokey ingot, though. Not when I can make solid steel ingots. I mean, it's faster, but having to use the petroleum coke is bleh. Stators are good. It makes it from the same things as rotors. Really? Do I make rotors out of pipes and wire? I make rotors out of pipes and wire. That's good for simplicity. So just iron and copper can make me all the way up to motors. Wait a second. I thought we were talking about quick wire. Wait, no, that doesn't sound good at all. My existing stator thing makes it the same stuff out as rotors. This one doesn't sound good. Also, I have iron wire, so why would I want to involve copper? Unless I have a quick wire way of making rotors. But then why would I want to complicate things further? What I'm getting at is this seems like junk, so let's try something else. Ugh, you're back. Ugh, you're back. Right, well, these we're saving for never. At least they won't show up again. I was expecting more recipes to appear. I mean, I unlocked all this new stuff, but it seems to be giving us just the same old, same old. Right, so without getting too much more distracted, could I please have you popping out like so? And then let's elevate the situation. Also, you need to be pumped out at, what was our rate again? I believe it was 320. Wait, what the? 320. What in the world did I just bring up? It looked to be like some kind of pale menu here. So this game does strange things at times. But then again, so do I. Don't worry, we won't be clipping like that. It shall be fixed. Maybe if you take some of the recipes you don't want, it'll start giving you more that you do want. No, we bank them so they don't show up again. It will not show you a recipe that you already have waiting to be decided upon. There we go, now we can blast you over there. Actually, can I get through all that, I wonder? Sure, you should only keep one overclocker in. I'm leaving it there because I'm certain I'm going to want to increase it when we actually get our power fully going. And I have no shortage of shards. I have got 60 shards, by which I mean 100 shards, by which I mean a hell of a lot of shards. One purple slug is 10 shards, right? So there's 200 shards. Yellow slugs are 4 shards, so there's another 160 odd. We got a lot of them, basically. You'll need the Mark IV belt for the 320 output, yes, but I don't want to make Mark IV... Wait, for the 320? Oh. Oh dear. I've been doing Mark III this whole time. Funny, I didn't think it was 270. Well, that's a lot of upgrading with a lot of industrial pulls that I don't have. Glad someone pointed that out. I'd be wondering why the throughput doesn't match up. That's okay, I will upgrade the belts later on. I'm just upgrading this now because it's something I will almost certainly forget. I want to figure out the route first. Is this high enough, or are we going to have to take it that high? If you're wondering why I keep bringing up that menu and closing it, is because when I'm in build mode, building this or whatever, I hit right-click to get rid of it, but it brings up this menu. So then I have to get that thing away. What I should be pressing is Q, but I don't. Maybe I could switch Q and right-click. I'm sure that'll mess with some muscle memory. Right, perhaps if I just follow the water, it'll take me to where I'm trying to go. Another IOU for future, Jake. Oh, this is perfect. Perhaps even too perfect. Because I'm bringing it up, just have to bring it down again. But it's also a good way to bring the power over here, which I will need. Are we sure there's no passageway? It looks a lot like there's a passageway. Let's investigate further. And let's not be bothered by you either. What could all this be? That's funny, I thought I looked for any caves that might take me to where I was trying to go. And found a whole lot of bump kiss. Hey, we've been here before. I vaguely remember this cave, but it looks like it doesn't have an egress point to where we were just were. So I will believe that that's a non-bow. Lots of lizard dogs. Oh, we should go and see Nancy at some point. I bet Nancy has found another nuke for us. She does seem to find high explosives quite a lot. Come on, come on. I will struggle with this elevation, I fear. Can I land here? Naturally. I close every single menu by opening the menu you're closing out of build mode with. I'm used to seeing it pop up randomly. I close every single menu by opening the menu you're closing out of... Okay. I can't parse that sentence, but I'm sure it makes sense. Hold on, what's making that noise? More power slugs. I love how we just have the goods that we need for building all this stuff automated. And that it draws from it. Now that's a pretty good quality of life thing. Where's that in Factorio, huh? No, it's just bots, bots, bots all the way down in Factorio. But that's what I'm so glad about with this game. It's not just 3D Factorio. This game is so much more. Took a while to come to that understanding. But I'm glad enough. Right, are you going to reach down there, or are we going to be playing silly buggers here? No silly buggers allowed. We got it. And can we see these things being elevated? Elevates your mind like airplane glue. It is so much more in some aspects, and a tad less in others, says Kalpa. Yeah, so you gotta min-max for what you enjoy more. But I'm dangerously close to thinking this is a more enjoyable game than Factorio. Which seems heathenous. Factorio is one of my favorite games. Yet I don't think I would come away from this saying it's one of my favorite games. That might seem paradoxical, and maybe it is. Right, so this is going to be a little makeshift concentrated coal place, because I need to consolidate this down into one belt. Hang on. Massive brain activation. I don't need Mark IV belts coming here if I consolidate, schloop, and then gob out Mark IV from this point. Hey. Brilliant. Whenever you find yourself incorrect, change the parameters. Satisfactory greatly benefits from being made after Factorio. It stands on the shoulders of giants and then reaches new heights. Oh, I like that. Humble, yet true. God, I actually don't like the MAM constantly popping up because it reminds me how much time I'm taking doing this basic stuff. At the same time, though, time is flying. I feel like I've been playing for about half an hour. I've been playing for 3 hours 20. And that includes the death crate in the sky debacle. People have told me and told me again that I want diluted packaged fuel, and I still don't think I agree. But it is a way to turn this heavy oil into lots of fuel. As long as I package water, then... there's a lot of faffing around with that. Sod this. What about quick wire cables? It produces slower than copper. Yeah, get out of here. Damn, I missed the death crate in the sky debacle. Don't worry, it's just the full first hour of this stream. Hey, there's the quick wire statter we were talking about. Wait, didn't I just say no to this? No, I think I re-rolled it and then it's back immediately. Also, aluminium rods. But why? The production rate goes sky high, but aluminium is probably not what we're looking for here. I'll probably just keep these. Bank those away. Oh, but I'm running out of hard drives. I said we wouldn't do more exploration. Could it be that I lied? No, that'd be ridiculous. Right, let's clear this area for our little makeshift factory. I haven't checked the numbers, so I don't know how many... what kind of beast would it be anyway? It's just an assembler, right? One of the ones that takes 2 ingredients. Totally not cutting everything down here because I absolutely love biofuel. But if that's a consequence we get of this, then all the better. Unlock the blender. Skip the packaging part. We have unlocked the blender, actually. I haven't tried it out, but... Will it blend... Wait, I thought we unlocked the blender. I was, well, evidently 100% sure that we had unlocked the blender, so don't trust me on anything. Aluminium rods lets you make screws from aluminium. Do we even know how rare aluminium is? Aluminium is made from bauxite, right? Oh, that's bauxite. That's bauxite. I saw this as an amazing place for resources. I wonder if it's amazing for bauxite. Something I'll have to consider. F the screws. Oh yeah, there's another point. Most of the recipes we're taking are ones that don't involve screws. Because yes, screw the screws. Alright, I'm just cleaning my plate here. Tons and tons of leaves. Let's lock it to the global grid. Maybe lock it a little higher? Nah, I'm sure we'll be fine like this. The dark nights are a bit annoying, but I guess it's there to make you want to build a proper factory with lighting systems and whatnot. Which is something I'd be doing if this is an off-stream run. I am that level of tism, but believe it or not, when I stream, I do try and keep something of a flow going. So I can't spend forever on aesthetics. Now we remark on the Patrician 4 run. 166 videos of optimized fun. Right, so we want to make that coal. Jake doesn't know how to make the coal. But he's very familiar with coal. I have handled so much coal in my life. As I was mentioning before, we had the coal bunker full of coal to keep us warm in the winter, and the spring, and the autumn, and sometimes the summer. Because it's never warm in Scotland. Right. It takes an assembler. After all the other machines we've seen, assemblers have stopped looking to be quite so huge. How am I going to want to do this? I can feed them both down the center and run it like so, but I want to know the numbers first, so... How about... Wait, I'm using the wrong thing. If I'm building, I can use this. Also, don't have food in the inventory, or else it scuppers your tab 1 way of working. Assembler, tell me your secrets. I wish to compact all this coal. You will do 25 and 25 to make 25. How much am I making? According to my notes, 320. Yes. 320 divided by 25. I need 13 of these. Why so awkward, though? When I want 640... I'll want... Wow, that's a lot of these. I could shard them up, of course. Then I only need half as many. But I don't like sharding these so much. Guess we just give in. If we need more, we need more. So I'm building 13. I could just do a row of 13 of them. And then build the other row of 13 when that is needed. Seems unnecessarily gigantic. Can't say unnecessary without necessary, though. This guy's going to feel a bit sad, but we'll figure something out for him. Could harness the power of the third dimension. It's a little awkward for building up there, so we're going to harness the power of this third dimension. If only we were Garlic Jr., we could harness the power of the Dead Zone dimension. That's right, Garlic Jr. Summon the one thing that can defeat you. Actually, I shouldn't treat that that power pole thing as gospel. I can easily build under it. It even looks almost natural. $13, huh? Nothing natural about that. Might really have to look into this unlimited Zoop mod, but the problem with looking into mods is that with 1.1 experimental coming out in 1, 2, 3 days, I suspect that might cause issues. Right, how are we gonna faff around with you? I don't know, let's start by having some kind of power option. Let me fly a little better, if nothing else. Yeah, build the machines first and then figure everything out. Do I only fly connected to power poles, or do I fly connected to powered machines? You know, I can answer my own question here, can't I? Production, assembler, bloop. We can see our range right now. Our range now, bloop. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that is actually wonderful. Now, begin the assembling. Up the middle and out the side. I guess it's 6.5 a dozen, but that is how I will do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, that's 10. Probably easier to go out this way. New. Thank you so much for whoever told me to get this thing, even though I was going, ooh, but I like my jetpack. Being able to float around when working on this is a godsend of quality of life. Better not go out any further, I'm going to have significant difficulty connecting these up. Sweet, right on target. So, a 1, 2, 3... 4. And now you're fool. Probably shouldn't have any of these just fool, right? That's strange. Why are they still showing us red when they have power? Is this somehow not connected? No, it's pretty connected. I thought they'd show some other color. Well, I guess it's no big deal. Alright, there we go. Now we want all of these to be compact and coal. Copy you and paste. Why is there a gap between some of them? What the hell is this? Oh well, I guess it's of little consequence. Yeah, red is no recipe, yellow is no input. Isn't yellow also just idle? Alright, so I probably want to manifold this one. Probably. Can't imagine why I wouldn't. Even though I like balanced lines. Get our final hard drive done. No more new recipes for quite some time, I dare to say. Ugh, he's back. The steel pipe. Also cheap silica, but we already have the... I don't really like the idea of that, because I have to add limestone. And I don't think I like the molded steel pipes either. He's back. Wait a second. Crystal computers. These crystal oscillators are a pain in the bum to make, though, so I really don't think crystal computer is the way forward. Almost like the man should have saved some hard drives for the next tier. I thought by unlocking this tier I'd have new things to play with, but it hasn't given me anything other than the aluminium that we haven't seen before. But I suppose that said, we did get pure aluminium, which is probably a big step up already. Not sure I want either of these. Crystal oscillator and 3 circuit boards to make 2 computers. 3 to make 2 as opposed to 4 to make 1 is massive savings on the circuit boards, but circuit boards are cheap. The crystal oscillator is more of a pain. That's so many different ingredients. Although I suppose really that's just iron and quartz, isn't it? But this thing is made from copper and plastic and whatnot. The oscillator is quite cheap. I don't know, I look at that oscillator and I think, ugh, what a pain to make. You'll need the blender unlocked for the cool stuff, is that so? You can also make computers in an assembler. That is perhaps a good point, although maybe not a very good point. Let's give it a go. At least it unlocks options. Right, so you here. We've got the belt coming down here, but we can actually bring the belt over here. Yes, yes. One more if you please. And then hopefully the game doesn't mind me going under as well. No, why would it mind? And now we want our conveyor belt Mark III to come along here. Which means you're going the wrong way, but we could solve this. Give me a good reason that we can't solve this like so. Yes. I like this. I like this a lot. Probably for hideous and perverse reasons, but I do like this. I should probably move it around underneath, so I should set up the manifold line here first. Do we need Mark IV? Yes, but also no. Wait a second, I was under the impression I was going to be schlooping the coal for the no, but if I need to schloop this many machines, then yeah, I guess we do need Mark IV. Damn. Yeah, I don't know why I thought I'd need so many bleeding machines. Again, we could clock them up, but I'd rather just build more. That's a one-off cost. Plus, I need more experience in building lots of things. So, you come in, you come along here. That means there's going to be a lot of splitting, right? No need for it to be smart, just split. Split, split, split. Time to split. Plus, maybe in the interests of actually seeing a result, maybe we can get away with only having half of this operational. Hang on a second, is this half of what I need? I'm thinking 25, 250, 320... Yeah, so this is actually all I need for now, until I build the other half of the thing. I guess that's okay for now, but only for now. You can just come out like so, right? Oh, that is cool. I love these things. Oh, that's so damn cool. And then we can have you pop out like so as well. And that's an input. Of course it is. And then we can have Mark III come along from hither into dither. The straighter the better. Don't know why it said that was clipping. Doesn't look very clippy to me. How do I tell at a glance that it's Mark III stuff? The lights on the side are an indicator, of course. Right, so out you come, and then we connect it all through the manifold. Now, I don't like manifolds, but I'm going to have to learn to like them. The reason I don't like manifolds is because it's halving, then halving, then halving, then halving. If you take a number and then you halve it 13 times, you're left with a whole lot of not much. And also, the things bank a full stack of them, unlike inserters in Factorio. So unless you manually feed the end ones, it's going to be a long, long time until they see this coal. It's kind of like the reverse property of what my well-balanced line does. So the front one becomes fat like sand. Could you use slower belts for the branches? I absolutely could. Do I have a reason to? Not really, because we have automated production of steel. Although it is very slow, but it also doesn't cost a lot of steel. So yes, I could, but because resources are infinite, there's no reason to do things like that. At least not as far as I'm aware. That coal's coming in suspiciously slowly, though. Why is it moving so slow? What have I made that's slow? I've made you slow. There we go. Things did seem suspicious there. Oh yeah, there we go. Bring on the coal. Alright, well that'll feed them up whilst I'm waiting on the sulfur. You know, if I fed in the sulfur from the other direction, and there's no reason I can't, then things would probably be okay. And that means that I would want my conveyor lifts at the ready. Yes. Okay, there we go. I was wondering why the head changed its orientation there, but... Don't worry. Be happy. There is something quite satisfying about building this compared to Factorio, and I suppose I should apologize to Satisfactory fans for the amount of comparing I'm doing to Factorio. But Factorio was first. At least between these two. We're not counting things like a Finifactory. So of course it will be compared. Now, I need to split like so. I could totally make this modular in blueprints, couldn't I? But given the size, I'd certainly need a big blueprint for it. Or just really think a lot more modular than I do right now. People use slower belts on the machine side splitters to balance them. Why would I want to do that on one of these systems? There's probably a reason. I'm probably not thinking about it. I guess if it were exceptionally slow compared to exceptionally fast ones here, it would help it fill up, but surely it wouldn't matter after a while. Well, maybe that's the point. You know. Why wait? The way I'm seeing it, when I build the other thing on the other side, I can have this slope down into it, rather than do another upsy downsies. But then again, isn't that the same as just having this one go across? Yeah, it probably is, so let's not bother with that kind of thinking. Who cares about balancing? The resources are infinite, they're never going to run slower. Exactly. That makes me feel a little sad about it all, but only a little. Right, so where's all that sulfur that I brought over? In dubious ways. There you are. Oh, that's right. We go all the way up to Mark V these days, but that requires aluminium. We don't want to be straight here. Just do it default, please. That's definitely going to get in some ways. Maybe I shouldn't feed it from this end. Maybe I should feed it from this other way. And that allows us to do even more crimes against nature, which I have signed up for. Get these Egypts out of my way. Maybe that's a little straight for me. Is this going to work? It's going to get in that thing's way, isn't it? Also, how exactly do I feed it in? Ah, well, no, I want to feed it in by this way. Don't know what I was thinking there. But how do I match up level-wise to you? Also, I already designed these to be going in this direction. Ah, crumbs. So I guess it is coming in this way. Oh well, not my problem. Well, it is my problem, but it's not a problem. It shall be dealt with. So I need to feed into you. 100 different ways I could do that. Which way do I like? Not that way, that's for sure. That doesn't get the height that I need. In that case, let's just be a little bit cheeky and give you this. Blatant favoritism. This doesn't work either because it needs to split. Actually, wouldn't that split over to the side as well? Maybe it's fine. Yeah, because at that point it can also split out and go down that manifold, which is also going to be halved compared to this one. But barely a problem. Hey, look, finally! We're finally getting compacted coal. But we don't have output for it. So half of half of half of half of half. And you gotta wait for the next one, which will be half of half of half. I hope the rate is coming in okay. Does that look okay to you? I think that's okay. This certainly looks dense, or dense enough. This is what I want from 1.1. They added things that you can check the rate of which it's coming in. I know it's not enough to feed these off of Mark IIIs, but what I'm curious about is this saturated for a Mark III belt? I'm not going to make Mark IV belts because that's going to require this stuff, which I do have automated, but maybe not automated enough. Actually, couldn't I? Could I not just do that anyway? I'm going to try. Try it. Let's not mortgage our problem here. Oops. Other problems have been mortgaged. The fewer things I have to come back and fix later, the better. By the way, is belt Mark IV actually fast enough? Might seem a daft point to be asking this now, but Mark IV does 480. Didn't I want 640? No, but currently I want 320, which 270 does not meet, of course, of course. Come on, you know how it is. Learning all this stuff rapidly. It's not like I'd have to think twice about building my own red, green, or even blue circuit stuff in Factorio. Because I've done it 100 times. Sorry, there were invisible voices in my head oppressing me, criticizing everything I do. Why does it sound like my mother? There's a Mark VI? This was my concern. It's not really clipping. It's digging its way through. This, on the other hand, maybe. That's a shame. We're so close and yet not close enough. Actually, are we even close? Yeah, I can see the digger from here. that means we need Mark 4s at the end as well. Yeah, my point is this stuff is not produced fast enough. Am I close enough to my base to potentially fix that? What rate is this stuff even going in? 1, 2... Ah, so there's a Mark 1 belt feeding the buffer into the depot. That, or it's the depot speed? What's the depot speed again? Oh, it's faster than what I'm doing here. Might not be too bad to actually improve that right now. Let's go and take care of it. Mark 6 is so fast. It needs a 200 Hz monitor and 200 FPS. I have no idea how to do 200 FPS. That's fine. The human eye can't see more than 30 anyway. Honestly, often I can't even tell if I'm running at 30 over 60. I can tell on the stream, though. Sometimes I have to stream at 30 instead of 60. That's very rare, though. I think that's only when I'm on my laptop. Or if there's a monstrously powerful game I'm streaming, but that hasn't been the case in a long time. It's not, at least not since they upgraded. Unlock Blender while you're back at base. I actually wonder if I can. And grab my nuts, though. Yoink. I would have unlocked the blenders if I could have. I tried to do everything that I could. Yeah, see, at this point, I shouldn't have things feeding into you off of Mark 1s. It's too slow. But we're back here for that very reason. Yeah, this right here is the problem. Because yes, I have a buffer. No, the buffer isn't very good. But the buffer should be fed into this considerably faster. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Why is that going down periodically? What is it being spent? Oh, right. That's the number. That's the upload speed. But that is certainly better. That was the wrong one to upgrade. Let the right one in. Oh, well, this is awkward. Maybe that's already a Mark III in there. How could cunning eyes even tell? Definitely being punished for building too efficiently here. I know how I can check. That is a Mark I. I'm sure that won't be a problem down the line. Where else could this probably not be a problem? Why worry about it? Let's go and check and see what's needed for the blender, and this time pin it so we don't forget it. And then get to finishing off our compacted coal into massive power. Yeah, 4 hours deep? I didn't think the power would take so long. And we're not even really gotten to the power part of it. Here you are. Tell me about blenders. Here's the problem, of course. We need to play with aluminium to get that far, and we are not that far. Also, we need to automate computers, which we have naturally not done. But otherwise, I'm sure we're fine. We're stacked on sulfur in here, so let's just go and triage our inventory before we head on back out. Which involves getting rid of you, not you, maybe you. All of you, definitely not the slugs. You... I like my AI limiters. I'm not going to dump these leaves. I got uses for those leaves. Can you even dump slugs, or will it deny them? Same with the shards. It probably will take the shards because you can make unlimited amounts of those. But surely not the slugs. It does not accept the slugs. Good. And I won't accept feeding it my leaves or my wood. They are mine to choose what I do with. As of course process into biofuel. What about the fabric? Why do I even have all this fabric? Be nice if it showed you here how much there is inside the thing. I know I could check here, but that's what quality of life is for. Also, surely I don't want those here. Alright, we're good. Back to it. The real reason I like blueprints is because I can just download one and bam, computer What, download? Like from the internet? Yeah, people are free to play this game how they want, but that is just disgusting to me. Part of the joy of factory and automation games for me is discovering these things. You have a problem, you solve the problem. Using your mind, not just the part of your mind that says, I'm going to go online and figure it out by downloading someone else's solution. Even some things like nuclear factory or splitters where there are just solved ways of dealing with it. It's nice to solve it yourself before you get lazy, but that's just my opinion, right? You can play it how you want. I don't like people telling me how I need to play my games. But it still disgusts me. I was like, what's the point to what I'm saying? Oh yeah, the fact that that's disgusting. Use my mind? Nah, use AI instead. I'd rather abuse AI instead. Right, so about this sulfur that I've been tracking over. Now surely we have the gubbins for you. Nasty beasts. There we go. Went to great effort to make this work. Of course, the troubling thing is, how do you know it's all running at that speed? I guess I could just ride it myself. Whee! This is inspiration for how I make a factory-themed theme park in this game. Also, this bothers me more than it should. You're taking a dive. Alright. Back to it. I like roller coasters a lot. Don't clip, don't clip. Oh, wee, I'm still going really fast. Ah. Oh boy. Oh, I had that moment in not Planet Coaster, the other one. The kind of crappy one. Park Beyond. It wasn't that crappy, but I enjoyed it. It just didn't do enough. Mechanically, it was a very shallow game. Still don't understand why. Wait, is that even water? No, it's nitrogen gas. That might be relevant. It's also pure. We already have found nitrogen gas. As someone who eats chips and watches Jake play the game, blueprint downloaders are less than insects. Oh, I think Weird Al Yankovic did a song about you. I think it's called You're Pathetic. No, it's You're Pitiful, of course. You're pitiful, it's true. You're half undressed, eating chips off your chest while you're playing Halo 2. No one's classier than you. Love me, Weird Al. Clipping disallowed. That's not clipping. It's good enough. Part of a thrilling roller coaster ride is when you're not sure if you're going to get decapitated at some point. Hang on, where's your pillar? There's your pillar. I even used that pillar, I remember now. Yeah, Weird Al is an absolute treasure. What's your favorite Weird Al song? That's a very difficult question. It's like trying to pick your favorite food for me. Not a big fan of his polkas, I'll give it that. Okay, so now the manifolds have all filled up. Yeah, of course they have. They've all come to a grinding halt. Now I can do some things. I believe I already have coal and sulfur thrown into the dimensional doodah, but that's not the case with compacted coal. And it's good to know there's only one output on this thing. Yeah, great. So all we do is manifold the output along here, set up a merger so it can merge with the other one, and then bring it out. And again, they're coming out at a blistering rate of lots, so we will need Mark IVs here. Will we? Yes, it's for the next evolution that we're going to need even more of them. Well now, let's get merging, shall we? We've got plenty of space for this, so merge it out at some point here. Also, we can switch into flying mode, because life is good. And also, we're going to be merging these along the way quite a lot. Going out that way, I don't know why I had to think so hard about which way we were going there, but I did have to think. Not my forte, I don't like thinking. Spend a lot of time avoiding doing that. I'm not even joking about that. I know I might be sounding like I'm trying to be funny about that, but I got some friends who do endless amounts of thinking, and it only seems to give them endless amounts of trouble. Especially that one that got into politics. I don't know what's wrong with him. Well, I know him really well, so I know everything wrong with him. But that's not the point. Right, we can make do with simple Mark 1s coming out of here. No needs to be fancy. Because even if I super shard these things up, doubling it's still only going to take it to 50. And I can't imagine I'd want to 250% shard these things up. Well, I guess it's not impossible. I thought we agreed on our clipping stance. Did you vote for him? He's not in my area, so no. And he never was. Well, not since he got into politics. We lived together in university. And... well, not much and from that. Eventually, we didn't live together. That makes it sound sadder than it is. I lived the dream in university. I went into halls, and halls were really fun. Bearing in mind that I'd read the Mac Hall webcomic, so I had a bit of a skewed idea in my head of what university life might be like. But it was still really fun. And then after first year, me and some friends just said, let's live together. And we did. And I thought that was, you know, like a pipe dream. You know, living with your friends, every day's a party. People don't really get to do that in real life, do they? Well, we did. And it was oh so much fun. Right, this is going to come in and then it's going to come out. But before it comes out, I actually want to put it into a splitter. And we are going to dimensionally store this stuff. Did you upgrade the coal belts? Absolutely. But in the off chance that I didn't, we'll do another pass. Because I'm quite certain I didn't. Right, Mark IV's a go-go. This one doesn't have to be Mark IV. It's just enough to get it dimensionally stored. Also fabric. Get out of here, fabric. We got you covered now. Thinking about it, don't I have an absolute ton of stuff to make? Also, since it doesn't really cost anything to buffer, I see absolutely no problem with putting you here and then you on top. Also, I just think it's really, really cool to set it up like this. There we go. So now you're going to fill up, and then you're going to fill up, and I'll have all the compacted coal on hand that I could possibly need, which I think currently is pretty much none. Hang on, the ma'am. Didn't ma'am want something for compacted coal? Well, it wants to give me another recipe. Yeah. Wait, coated cable. That could be good. That's more than double the output per time. It's a slightly worse output, 2 to 1. No, wait, that's a much better output per iron. That actually sounds really good. But imagine the power of rescanning and finding junk. Fused wire is also super good, is it? I can make wire out of iron, which is it's slow, but it's fun. But coated cables? A use for this vast amounts of heavy oil that I'm sloshing around? That is quite tempting. And I have been told that I need a ton of cables. Yes. Your goal is to make turbo fuel, right? Turbo fuel is just better fuel used everywhere, and more where compacted coal can be. So I'm not sure why you'd want a compacted coal dimensional vortex. Counterpoint, why would I not want a compacted coal dimensional vortex? The only reason I could think of is saving myself the 1 Mercer that I've spent on this uploader. But I don't think that's going to be a problem. I also think, given that it took me 8 hours of exploration, I think I'm actually going to do more grabbing hard drives, Mercers and slugs off stream, because I want to focus more on building factories on stream. Just brace yourself if you come back and find that I suddenly have 50 Mercer spheres and loads of hard drives. I'll never research or build anything off stream though. Well, nothing relevant at least. But sometimes I'd rather just peacefully go around and chop trees and gather hard drives in my own time. Right, never mind that. What am I actually looking at here? I'm looking at lots and lots of coal coming out, being stored. That is good. Now I want to bring it over for my turbo fuel because there's nothing else to solve except, of course, for the belts. Glad we talked that one through. Is there a way to upgrade many of them? I tried holding control like I would for deleting many of them, but it didn't seem to work. There is not. Oh, okay. Them's the breaks. What do you mean I already made these Mark IV? What was I thinking? Well, I guess I did. So there we go. The throughput should all be there. Also, I can chug out plenty when I upgrade that miner, which will eventually happen, I'm sure. Don't look. Next stream, all the forests are gone. The entire factory's just storage depot for leaves and wood. Believe it, it could happen. Alright, so Mark IV belts, let's go. We got places to be. Ah. Much better. Couldn't I kind of ride these whilst I'm building them? It doesn't even push me off the edge, which is rather generous. Although I feel so slow. I think conveyor belt's too long. Looked fine. Oh, it's right on the cusp. Okay, well, not a problem. Why would it be a problem? Don't worry, we're almost home. But we're not quite home. Maybe at this point I do want to bring it down to the ground. I guess. Oh, we have limits. Constantly remembering to do 4 ain't easy, because remembering is not what I do. But we're here. We're finally here. We made a plan and we followed through. So about that truck, you know the truck really struggles to go up and down places. Yeah, I could build it infrastructure. But if I just took the truck and then drove it off the freaking ledge there, collapsed on the ground and got to the truck depot, would it still count as a valid automated route? Or do you have to drive the truck back? Does the game have expectations on me? I hate the book Great Expectations. Worst summer reading of my life. You have to make a closed loop. So what you're saying is I need those 1.1 elevators. I should really get to trying that at some point. Okay, so where are we even feeding this in? I've come a long way. For why? Come on now. Love some kind of visual indicator of how far is too far. Alright, perhaps before I build it any further, I should actually design how it's coming into the... Ah, crap, it's over there. Doesn't change the plan, though. Let's make a plan for how it feeds in. Looks like it could easily feed in from this direction. I just don't know how you can feel satisfied about a factory that you just downloaded. I feel great satisfaction in what I've built here so far, and I've only just started. I even feel satisfactory about the way I dragged all this compact coal over. I can't wait to discover a much easier way I could have done it. Not least of all the way that it's curving around here when it should just cut right through that. Okay, good to keep in mind. I thought it was only temporary. That is temporary. This is not temporary. Surely. I mean, for all I know, there are new recipes that are going to make this completely redundant. Or I unlock nuclear and find that it's orders of magnitude better for fuel, for power than this. But that will be a future problem. The current problem is feeding you with compacted coal. Because you're surely going to get all the heavy fuel that you need. Don't even think I need to do razors. I could have it come under here. Couldn't I? This isn't strictly speaking Clipsville, is it? Let's contemplate, shall we? I'm going to need splitting galore. This could be done even easier like so. What are these? Oh, that's the output. Don't sweat the output. That doesn't look very clippy. And it only needs 30 or so a minute, so I'm fine using Mark 1s here. If I really need it upgraded, we can. Why is it not lining up with that? Probably because it's not built on the factory floor, but we can live with that. Once again, we manifold. Once again, we think, gosh, this could be more dense. I like leaving myself space, because it gives me margins for error. But I think if I'm going to be blueprinting, which surely someday I will, I'm going to need to work on dense designs. I wonder if I'll actually ever blueprint in this run. Seems like a super optimizy thing to do, and I'm not so sure we'll be doing much super optimizing in this run. I should have made those default, not straight. I am not concerned about that level of clipping, because it appears to be 0 levels of clipping. Question, is there a console command or otherwise that removes the game from saying belt is too steep or other clipping issues, because I am imagining for my theme park build a complete and reckless disregard for that. Now I'm starting to think that these do clip in a disgusting manner. And I'm significantly less happy at why did they not clip here? Oh, right, because the thing was raised. Yeah, this part was built on sand. I guess I'll just live with that. I've already built it. Could have switched this up to raise the whole thing. Probably would have been a lot neater in a lot of ways, but whatever, this will be fine. Blueprints don't have to be optimized. You can just have one with a bunch of constructors and assemblers. It's way easy to place a big number of them. That is true. The thing about manifold is if you also want to manifold the output in the same direction, it's perfectly balanced. Bleh. Manifolds. Always trying to justify their existence. I see we've ran out our buffer of the steel stuff, so I think the priority after doing this is going to be setting up a proper steel area. Oh man, we're still on this part. But it can still be done. The point is that steel needs to... Well, I could just make a temporary encrusted steel bar place, right? I don't see why I couldn't. Right, how's this being fed in anyway? Gonna mark 4 this stuff up. It's not a big deal if it comes out along hither. It's also not a big deal if it goes up, is it? Yeah, you know, when in doubt, think up. Not that kind of up, though, but maybe we could do... Actually, that seems fine. It's not even going to clip. Not even going to clip. Wait, what's the point in having the support if I can just delete the support? I'm sure there's a good reason. Why would there not be? Alright, feed in the goodies that way and we're all good. This thing's powered, right? Yeah, give me the verticality I so desire. Probably a bad idea leaving those little support poles hanging around. Bit of a shame they don't get deleted with the line here. Unless you tag them in the multi-delete. Alright, we're going. Where no pioneer on this run, at least, has gone before. The world of turbo fuel. Which does mean I could also package my turbo fuel if I so desire. But is turbo fuel actually more desirable than biofuel? Not a question I've had sufficiently answered so far. Some people say it's so much better, but I thought the burn time of turbo fuel was disastrously bad. Before I do anything, let's have it so that you straightly line up here. Then I can default connect you like so. And at long last, and we can join the fun with them. Compact coal makes its way into base. Ignore the clipping. I prefer biofuel, but ionized fuel is a true end game. Look at it go! Look at it go! Look at that black gold go. Turbo fuel is now almost online. You may have noticed, though, that it doesn't have power. I feel quite good about that. I don't want to keep bringing up the S word, but I do feel satisfied about how all that turned out. Maybe don't use the last connection on anything. That's there for emergencies. And does this look like an emergency? Oh, that lovely sound it makes. Satisfactory does it Factorio does it well as well. That burbling of an active oil refinery and such. Oh, it's so good. Alright, there we go. That means that the polymer resins are going to be actually sent out now. Frankly, at not a very fast rate, huh? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 20, 10, 200 a minute. Are they actually all working fine? They're all green, so I guess so. I guess just the speed of the belt is manipulating my perception of how they're actually coming out. It is good to see fabric getting done, though. There goes the fabric, there stacks the fabric. It's not even filled up here, but I guess this factory wasn't running at all because it was backed up due to the heavy oil not being put to use. Point is, there's our turbo fuel. What does a man do with turbo fuel? I assume he just burns it. Immediately and recklessly. The idea being that this should solve any and all power issues for a good long time. The man packages the turbo fuel and uses it for vehicles and a jetpack. That I can actually do. I could siphon off a bit of it and do exactly that, except then I'd need plastic. Could I make just a small amount of plastic? Well, with the resins I could. I could branch off a little bit of resin, make some packages, package the turbo fuel and then use that. But my question is that worth it? I already have biofuel and fuel. Well, no biofuel, and the fuel over there is all temporary. Why would I want packaged turbo fuel when I'm sure packaged rocket fuel is around the corner? I'm not convinced that's worth it right now. Now, where are we looking at here? You'll need a little for the MAM research. Also ammo. Ammo? You're saying I would ever need something other than my rebars? Anyway, the MAM is a good argument, but if it's just a little bit I need, then I don't need to set up anything automated for it. Yeah, 100 of this stuff is needed, but I don't think that's relevant. Do I even back up my... Do I buffer those... words, please? The containers, the storage vessels. Because maybe I could just make a bunch of them. Here we go. Oh, I better temporarily shut down some... Well, not temporarily. I better shut down a bunch of things like canister making. No, I definitely would have kept it because I need it for the biofuel. Interesting. But is it concerning? Why does it even get split here? What did this used to be? I don't know what I ever did here. However, the fact that it's already split up could be useful. For you see, all I need to do is build a storage container. And then we feed you into there. And then I do my usual trick. I shove the... What does it even come under? How do I keep losing you? The dimensional depot goes on top. And then in you go, preferably at a better speed. And there we go. Now I'll have these things, so if I want to set up a temporary solution for storing turbo fuel for the MAM and stuff, I can do it by hand. That's right, even the automated experience needs hands. Have you automated production of Nobelisks, the explosive? He hasn't automated production, period. Not untrue, but you see, I realize that for my vast and incredibly efficient factory that I'm going to need, I need a lot of power. So rather than constantly be chasing power outages, the very first thing we automate is power. So what you're seeing is an incredibly smart factory builder at work, whether you realize it or not. What's the rate here? 32 per minute times 10, 320 per minute. That is slightly faster than we can do in Mark 1 pipes, so we will need Mark 2. I shouldn't do it like that. I should do it so it's aligned here first, and then everything else can align with the other stuff. It's a good thing pipes are so wibbly-wobbly. I hope they're wibbly-wobbly enough for this. Auto 2D. Noodle. Noodle seems best. Noodle is the most agreeable with what we're doing here. Oh, that turbo fuel is flowing. It feels so good. Oh, I feel for people that can't enjoy a game like this. How empty their lives must feel. Oh, see, even Kalpa agrees. He claims this is schmort. So, dare I branch off some of this into a little bit of an off-griddy thingamajigger? I think I do. I don't have a problem with this. So I would make a packager, wouldn't I? One packer. Disappointingly not on the grid, but that's okay, I think. Maybe just put it back a bit so we've got a bit more breathing room. And then that means you go into there. Ugh, why can't we have straight? Yeah. Yeah, I want 1.1 experimental already. I want my straight turning on this. That's okay though, it doesn't actually clip. And then this other thing is getting my totally automated solution for these. What? No! How do I keep still putting them the wrong way around? No wonder it wasn't happy. Alright, packager again, please. I know what I was thinking. I was thinking, right, surely the side that has 2 inputs is the side I want over here. Didn't even realize that both sides had 2 inputs. Alright, there we go. And naturally we fill you with... what are they even called? Jugs, jerry cans, empty canister. Then in goes the canisters. And then you're going to package up the turbo fuel. And you're going to wish you had power. I'm going to wish you had power as well. Now this cannot be slooped, but that's okay, I don't intend for it to be slooped. You really want to die that badly? Do you have to kill the animals for them to stop respawning? Or if I just build the industry and then leave for a while, will they stop existing here? Frankly, at this point the animals are more of a nuisance than anything else, except for the super alpha spiders. They're still, well, a bit of a pain. But only a bit. Yeah, there we go. This is probably many, many more units of turbo fuel than I could ever conceivably need. But at least it's there. Some people have a bit of a fetish and color their pipes red for turbo, blue for water, etc. But you see that here, right? Yeah. That said, it does seem sensible. Seems really good for organization, in fact. We all wish we could be as clever as the pipe colorers. That is so much more turbo fuel than one man needs. But I don't want to waste a Mercer on a... that is still so much more than any man needs. But I really don't want to waste a Mercer on this. You know what? It's going to be my days off very soon. What day is it today? Friday? Is it Friday? Oh Christ, it's Saturday. Does that mean weekly one-shot tomorrow? Oh god, I am so out of the loop. Point is, I'll probably just be playing this game in my own time, but, you know, cutting down trees and grabbing Mercers. So let's assume Mercers are not a problem, and do it like that. No need to buffer. It's my weekly days off now. No, I will be doing the weekly one-shot tomorrow, despite Satisfactory's inundation on my time. Anyway, we're not doing what we came here to do, which is actually establish power. And I wish to become all-powerful. So, how do we do that? How do we do this? We take note of the amount of heavy oil into turbo fuel we're making. We're making 32 times 10, 320. What's the consumption rate? Actually, we don't care what the consumption rate is, because this, I think, is one of the better uses for the shards, because it just means I need to build fewer generators, and generators are Xbox huge. But that still leads to the question of what rate do they normally consume at? And the answer is... I don't know. Perhaps if I simply attach one, I will receive the information I need. Doesn't clip. How much are you going to store up there? Easy now, easy. Cease. You consume 7.5 a minute. How long does that burn for? Well, we just answered our own question, didn't we? That Xbox huge reference predates my internetization. Some of the first funny pictures I can remember online are enormous industrial machines, you know, the size of apartment complexes, moving an upscaled pixelated Xbox. Back then we didn't use the word meme for everything. There were infographics. There were just funnies. We had GIFs. Not everything was just an MP4 or a TikTok. We had motivationals and demotivationals. God, I love demotivationals. Rage comics. Well, that's maybe a bit more recent, but I don't want to age myself too much. Right, turbo fuel. Try and think about this for 5 seconds, Jake. You're using 7.5. Aren't we making it much faster than that? Oh, God. Isn't this going to power like 100 of these generators? And these need motors, which I very, very poorly automated. You miss the days of advice, dog. I miss the days when telling people to kill themselves online was considered in good taste. Now people take it too seriously. Right, well, it seems I need many, many more of these things than I thought, so clearly the answer is to actually build above. Although I do also like the idea of just coating the ocean with these things. Yeah, I like having a good visual overflow, so I guess we're coating the ocean. I need infinite zoop mode, and I need it badly. Or I need a... oh dear, oh dear. Or I need a blueprint of just lots and lots of foundations, which I'm also very much okay with. But these things are so huge. How many squares in size are you? Look, that's already 2.5 by 2.5. So the original blueprint thing wouldn't even be able to get 2 of these unless I do some weird... Oh no, it rotates by 90 degrees. Yeah, wow, that initial blueprint thing I was given is garbage. This is slightly troubling. I guess I could blueprint it already on the foundations. That way I could make many of them at once. Just add the blueprint designer and do a blueprint with the foundations. Yeah, that I should probably just do immediately, otherwise this is going to take forever. Where is my blueprint? Blueprint designer marked. I don't have the computers for this. Does the original one need computers? No. All right, good enough. It still seems like it'll save a little bit of time. Wait, maybe you can zoop blueprints. Ooh. All right, here we go. I don't know why there's a storage box there. So this is 4x4 foundation. You don't like having the star sign here. Okay, we'll do it like a plebe. 4x4 foundation. And then away it all goes. And then I might even do the unthinkable. I should put images on these things as well. I'll add you to my hotbar. So now I hit 0. And then this is quite awkward to attach. Yeah, it's actually very awkward because it doesn't link in quite as well. But maybe there is a zoop mode. There's build mode blueprint. What is build mode blueprint? Oh, this is fernickety. I am holding control, and it does not snap quite as well as the other one does. Nowhere near as well as the zoop does. This is... Oh, hang on. Almost like that. Ooh, now we're thinking with blueprints. Yeah, it's almost like the blueprint build mode attaches it a little easier to the edges. Almost like that. But then, I see. So we need to have already had the blueprint slammed down. I understand now. Alright, well, we definitely want to make a better version of this when we, in some distant time, actually automate computers. It's bound to happen at some point. Alright, now this is definitely not enough space, but it's a start. Fuel's going to come out here. I'm wondering, would I want it to come and join in a central area and come on down? Or do I want the opportunity to be able to expand this? Could I even expand this? Now, I already super sharded up the source, didn't I? Don't you have a Mark II back at the base? I'm pretty sure I destroyed it. Yeah, you're super sharded up. There isn't any way to get more oil out of this. This is as much processing as I could do. You should buffer that output. But why? I don't disagree. I love to buffer things. But why? Well, I suppose a good reason is that I haven't built one yet. Industrial fluid buffer. Cool. Do you have an in and an out? Wait a second. Do you have an in and an out? Da can. Maybe. Maybe it flows both ways. In is out and out is in. Good, good. So you could kind of have it in the middle as a big bulb. Basically, it's just a big piece of pipe. Yeah. Okay, that's good. I think. Liquid tends to fluctuate a bit. The buffer smooths that out a lot. Excellent. Does that mean you want to consume slightly less fuel than you produce? Well, I wouldn't try and think like that. That sounds too complicated. Right. Never mind that. You're coming out here. Auto build will have to be good enough. Oh yeah, how does the game work with deleting pipes? Does it just remove all the fluid that was inside this section of pipe? Probably, but again, it is eternal, so it's probably not a problem. I shouldn't do this until I have the splitters done for it. Right, power. Fuel generator, huge, but maybe fuel generator goes here and goes along the thing. Naturally, you don't line up to how wide that is. That would be too convenient. But I guess I would just start building them and seeing what happens. Do these daisy chain? Of course not. And I don't know where I actually built that, so away you go. Where's that power line? Where's that power pole, rather? Maybe I had them on this side. Looks like it. Lovely, lovely clipping. Ah, but of course, this is probably the best place to shard it, because building a Brazilian of these is going to be rather costly. I can always take out the shards when I'm in a position to just double the buildings here, but at this point that's going to cost me too much in the way of materials that I produce a little too slowly, such as the motors. Hold on, Mark 1. I didn't sign up for Mark 1s here. Mark 2s, please. I like that it's very easy to tell what's Mark 1 and Mark 2. Which makes me wonder why anybody would want the featureless pipes. Alright, now surely these things immediately kick into high gear. And we see a massive jump in our production. Why is capacity not moving? Ah, because we produce at all times. Meaning production versus capacity probably loses its meaning beyond having biofuel. Why was it complaining about that? Did it think it was too close to this? Well, I don't think you're too close to this. Alright, that's pretty good, but we're only consuming 7.5 times 8. We're only consuming 60 when we produce much more than 60. Ooh. Yeah, so I reckon sharding is the way forward here. Does that mean I can grab this, overclock this, copy this, and then go ip, dip, blue ship? Thank goodness. Alright, there we go. Now these things are really burning through that turbo fuel. Now it's 18.75 times 6. Yes. 18.75 times 6. So we only need many more of them to get what we need. However, maybe I don't need to build those right now. Maybe I can build them later when I need to expand the power. No, better to have the power at the ready right now, surely. Yeah, copy-pasting, taking the shards is wonderful. Right, how can I figure this out? We got 32 and 18.75. So we want to know 32 times 10. Oh, I wonder what that could be. Wait, do I actually have 10 of these? It's been a while since I built them, so I've forgotten. That's 5, that's another 5. Okay, so we've got 320. 320 divided by 18.75. 320 divided by 18.75. We only need 17 of these. I'm not going to build an 18th. Ugh, why does 17 have to not work well? I guess 16 is fine. And since we already have 8 here, that means we just need to build this again right here. That doesn't seem too bad on clipping. Certainly not too bad for me. Wait a second. Maybe there's another number that goes into 16. Not quite. 4, 8, 12, 16 if I do it here. Could make it 15 along here. But wouldn't that just be disgusting? Too déguste for me. Give me my pipeline junctions, please. I keep hitting so many wrong buttons with this. I tell you what it is, it's hitting the numbers for the quick build. Any number above 4 I'm already a bit antsy about hitting like that. Because I'm bad at it. So if you see me opening up menus that I don't intend to open up like that one, it's not because I'm trying to. But I really think I'm going to switch Q and right mouse button, because I constantly hit right mouse button, because that's what I think. Okay, I want to clear building this. Hit right mouse button, but no, if I press Q, it goes away without bringing up the other menu. Yeah, don't worry. When you get to my age, the mind is the second thing that goes. That is disgusting. This is also somewhat disgusting. Talking like that guy in Kakariko Village. Yes, yes, everything's disgusting. Bothers me how that's off by 1, but not enough to care. Can't wait for my naivety to eventually bite me in the bum. I'm looking at this thinking, how could I possibly need more energy than this for quite a while to come? I'm sure there'll be a reason. Oh, lordy, right. We almost got there. But we were bitten in the bum by our lack of steel, lack of really nice steel stuff. So I think this is actually where we have to stop the expansion, because this stuff is made like 1 a minute. Well, maybe not that bad, but I do not make the encased pulls particularly fast. Also, I'm not sure how long those motors are going to last in the buffer either. Fun fact, building in the game technically have 4 hitboxes. 1 determines where to further snap to. 1 where things are close enough that they might be clipping. This is generous, which is why it seems to say that things are clipping when they're not. 1 for collision, and 1 for how close the game will allow you to build to them if you ignore the clipping. Fascinating. Yeah, look at that. It's only gone up by 1. Oh, well. I guess I can cope with the situation here. I don't want to bring you out from there. But I might be low on options, so... Actually, couldn't I build one of you along here? Is that something I can still do? Of course I can. Let's have you over there, for example. Then I can bring the power over here. Because I have the power. I do like it though. Oh, I like it. Not just that we have the power set up, but we've got the power set up in such a way that it's very easy to expand. Currently we're tapping, let's say, 9, and we can tap up to 32. So this can more than triple in output. Also, I didn't actually paste the settings to all the new ones, did I? Yeah, there we go. 10 megawatt capacity, up from 3, knowing that it can go up to probably about 25, 30 or so, and yet knowing that that's not going to be enough. We know that's not enough because I can easily drink a megawatt with a super schlooped, sped up big building machine. Yes, very good. But this will surely serve us in automation up to the point where we go nuclear, which I'll assume is just another order of magnitude more output than this. That said, this was an effort to build. If I wanted to build another one just from another pure oil node, I'll be there for a while. Shouldn't be an issue, though. What bothers me a bit is the inability to buffer this if we go over. I'm starting to wonder, why would I not just build a huge amount of big buffer things? I guess because they don't really serve much of a point. That's a shame. The alien power should give you a much bigger boost now if you want. Yeah, but it uses 10 of my schloops, which I'm not too keen on using until I have many more of them, which I probably will by next session, because I imagine on Monday and Tuesday when I'm not streaming, I'll be going, sure would like to play some Satisfactory. And then I'll go and grab all of the... I'll grab all the goodies in the areas that we've explored. I don't want to go anywhere new. But there's still plenty of Mercers and probably hard drives that I'll be picking up. Rare for a game to have me playing it off-stream. Kamidori and Amayui did that to me. Can't think of many others that did. Right, even with all this talking, I have not gotten the extra beam I needed to produce this. So, what we do is we go to our to-do list. Why has that been on screen the whole time? We have somewhat maxed out for what we can do right now. Make a better tube cannon. I'm going to do that later. Get off of here. Build the foundations for the Western Factory and establish railway lines. Now we're talking. It's just going to be the foundation. Literally the foundation. And the dream is to have that set up so I can drive a railway port in. What Western Factory? I believe this is a good place for a factory. So I should bring power over and set up a foundation. You think it's east? It might be east. Blame past Jake, he made the notes. Why is there water here that's not plugged in? You know what, the less we know, the better. Make a better tube can. Ah, yes, hypertube's the speed. I do love the hypertube speed a heck of a lot. Tab, 1 tab. Whee! Yeah, my current Mark V blueprinted hypertube cannon is just not up to snuff. It needs to be better. But probably make that off stream. Just mortgaging problems for future Jake. Yeah, drones are fun. Didn't we unlock drones, or is that the next tier up? We also need to work on aluminium production, which means we need to find places for aluminium. Aluminium means bauxite, and bauxite is over there, but maybe there's bauxite near here. I'll go and re-establish the tower to check it out. The tower? It's a radar thing, right? I forget what it costs. Probably computers, right? It's always computers. It is always computers. It's also those heavy structural frames that I don't have. If I can't find bauxite over in the new location, then I know what I'll have to do. Love putting those little pillars there. Such a great way to know that we've already tapped that that hard drive. must find the evil red bauxite. So we've been to Evil Swamp. It's a very evil place. I love this biofuel. Who would ever want turbo fuel? Burns for what, a quarter of the time? Although I hear it gives a lot more of an oomph to it. I probably should have grabbed some to test it out. Actually, you know what? Don't we have some? We picked up like 5 somewhere. Although for some... Oh, of course we shoved them into the dimensional thing anyway. Let's give it a go, shall we? I want my packaged turbo fuel. Well, it's fast, I'll give it that. But look at how it doesn't burn very long. Yeah, just little taps and down it goes. Although that does mean you just need a little short hop to keep you going. Still think I prefer the bio stuff. Oh, Nancy! Hello, Nancy. Quit your panting, it's making me a little bit uncomfortable. Shove that back into the doohickey. Nancy has found some biofuel, so she knows my modus operandi at least. Righto, Western Factory. How do we get this underway? Drag the power over first and foremost. Also, mark that as my highlight so I know where I'm going. I'm sure I know where I'm going. I'm sure I didn't drag power over there already. Probably not, right? Probably not. And it's not a problem to bring more of them over. They don't cost anything like computers. No, of course they don't. Good. No point not making the platformed version. We have... I'm sure I brought power over. I was experimenting with this before. And I would have had to bring power over for some of the things I've built before. A quartz mine, for example. Let's follow the power that we have here for now. Are there some geysers along the way you could tap? No, I don't see any reason not to have just a global power grid in this. Because power is just created and extracted at a set rate. Seems like a waste of time not to max it out. Oh yeah, rail for the power. There's a good idea. However, rail will come later, so I don't have a big problem with doing this. Could be that later down the line I end up deleting these crummy little power lines. Well, crummy little. Perhaps out of place. But yes, power coming along the railway sounds cool. Is that a real thing that the world does? Having actual usable power brought along railway lines? It sounds badass, right? Donk. Where am I going? Can't even see it from here. Ah, now I can see it. Excellent. Not in real life. Ah, seems like a missed opportunity. Game is so much better when it's not reminding me the hours I'm spending playing it. See, I reckon this is a good factory location. Perhaps the elevation issue is going to prove troublesome, but if I can build Lug Dunham in Caesar 3, I can build a factory here. My understanding is that my... Oh, I didn't make the bleeding computers! Can we fix this issue? Also, can I attach a foundation to you? No, I cannot. Maybe we can make the computers on site. Also take a sliding run for this to be so much better. Whee! Guys, it's right. I'm well aware, and they will be tapped. But I don't see any point in having a purely local source of power. Okay, well this is the general area. And you'll be our general lookout of power here. Whoa now, whoa. Where would such a marvel of a factory even begin? I think it would even begin up here. There's no point in wasting my time with lower life forms down there. We can actually start the foundation here. That is on the global grid, right? Yeah, good. That way, if I need to go under for maintenance shafts and whatnot, then that will surely not be a problem. But yes, the factory begins here. We don't need to see the world below. Not at all. Right, something I really want to do is have that radar. Do I have the gubbins for a computer or 3? Oh yeah, there we go. He knows what he's doing. But could he know what he's doing a little better? What if I, with all this power that I now have, don't have a problem just slamming down a manufacturer, plugging it in, schlooping it up, after I tell it to make... Caterium computers? Am I going to feel bad? Wait, I thought we saw the crystal computer. Crystal computer is on the other thing. Yeah, we don't even... It seems baffling that you can't do smaller things on larger machines, because I'm definitely going to forget that I have access to that. Yeah, that makes 2 and 36. I think that's better. So could I please have my circuit boards and my crystal oscillators? Game says, sure boss, schloop it up. Speed it up. Take what you need. Just give me those computers. First one won't be doubled, because the game is nasty like that. So that means we should probably make something rubbish. Ugh, it's not a big deal. Begin. I wonder if that'll be fixed in 1.1. I bring it up often because it seems very weird to me. Donk donk. Also plenty of corals there to destroy, but yes, work begins at this level, I reckon. Also, let's appreciate how the game looks with... seems to be gone. Where is my... R-fog... Wait, what? R.fog1. Ew! Disgusting. Poison land. Don't want. Or... appreciate the beauty of the game. Much better. It wasn't on my quick list, probably because of all the faffing around I did with the death crate. Alright, and now that I have you, I wish to put down 1 radar tower, please. There we go. So the reason I'm interested in this place, we have oil. We've got the geysers, we've got iron ore, normal, pure iron here as well. Coal and sulfur. I was a little worried that I might have just tapped the main coal sulfur stuff over there, but no, we've got coal, sulfur, iron, copper, caterium, limescale, tons of sulfur. Even Sam is here. All that limestone that I could need. What do we not have? We've even got bauxite over there in horrible Swampyville to bring on over. Yeah, what do we not have? There's bound to be an answer to that. What about aluminium? Wait, aluminium's made from bauxite. Okay. Quartz, maybe? There's quartz over there, but that's a bit far. Oh, I guess that's my only option, huh? You have uranium quite near, even if you don't know it yet. But why would we not know it? Oh, I can't search for uranium yet. I know we got uranium there, and we also know we had uranium because we kind of fiddled around with it when we were over there. Well, I'm also at it. What else is here? That's the wrong tower. That's the right tower. Hard drives galore near you. And Schloops and Mercers, it all sounds good. But you know what else sounds good? Having some actual dinner tonight. Yeah, somebody mentioned it in chat there. What did you have for dinner yesterday? I think I just put together a fish salad. And you better believe that wasn't very satisfying. And I've barely eaten today. So we're going to call it here for now. The next time we're back, we're going to be playing on 1.1 Experimental, most likely. Because that is coming out on April the 1st. We've been assured that is not an out-of-season, or rather in-season April Fool joke. So hopefully it doesn't brick everything. I'll back up my saves regardless. And next time the factory gets built here. God knows what it'll entail. Probably plenty of mistakes. We've got a lot of space to make mistakes. Automate all the stuff that matters. Build a railway network so we can bring things to and from the other locations. Yes, I rather think everything will be good. But it'll be a lot of hard work. Anyway, until I am back with that, it's a cheers from me. But is it a cheerio? What time is it? 7 p.m. How can one call it the end of the day when it's only 7 p.m? I'm going to have my dinner, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to slay some Spire, because I've got some revenge to take on that game after the sheer molestation I was put in last time I had a round of that. Yes, and Darius is there saying it as well. We need Slay the Spire. You need an opportunity to get more points before the weekly one-shots tomorrow. Which I'm probably going to have to push back in hours because I'm going to be so tired tomorrow. Anyway, until I'm back with that, it's a brief cheers and cheerio.